Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, I'm attacked by a curtain throughout the entire stream. We sign a lot of players on deadline day because the agent offers have returned to our humble abode. We have 7 teams in Europe this year. This is the most pivotal year of the entire save, and we need to win games. I can't hear anything about this music. The light's in the way. It's the light. It's the curtain. It's all gone wrong. I feel like I'm on a ship. This. That's 4 in a row. I'm warning you. There's a lot going on. I feel like I'm like the helm of a giant ship right now, and unfortunately we are steering into murky waters. Yeah, the sabotage did me. It's rare that the sabotage did me. Do you know what it was? I accidentally had the point where I pressed play on the song to time it right a little too far ahead, and I couldn't hear it in my ears because of the sabotage, so I wasn't sure where I was in the intro speech. Yeah, that does count as messing it up, but this time I'm going to be very careful. Daz, thank you very much for the 63 months as well. I hope you're very good, man. Other than the obvious there. Let me find out the right people this time. So, Twitch, choose prediction outcome. Will he mess up the intro? Choose outcome. Will he mess it up? Yes, he will. He's done it. There was too much going on. Notice how the curtain is completely behaving immediately. The second the intro finishes, curtain's like, no. I'm good. You won't hear a peep out of them the entire day. Until, well, the next time I try to do something that actually requires my brain power. I'll tell you when it's going to happen, right? I can feel it already. It'll be when I go to do either a full-time Prince ad read later, because we're sponsored by them today as well, or when I come to do my natural holy point. Speaking of holy, actually. Already had some holy this morning, because I've only just had my... Oh! Are you I'm sorry, you cannot write that shit. The second I picked it up, the curtain was like, not on my watch, motherfucker. We will not be having any of that in our house, thank you very much. Oh, dear Christ, I might have to clip that. Oh, dearie me. I turned on the giant fan. I knew it was someone that was messing around with it. Goodness me. So I told you, things get silly. It's been a bit of a weird morning, you could say. Very weird morning, in fact, and we're still in it, so there's plenty of time left for the morning to continue. I wrote nothing. What? I like that in your head, perhaps, there's the idea that Pog is, like, stood outside the window down on the ground with, like, a rope that she pulls. She hears me mention a sponsor, and the curtain just goes like this. The curtain is a paid actor. Hashtag, use curtain at checkout for, I don't know, something. Get away. It's enough to make me shut the window. It's not. Thankfully, it's, can I pin it back with something? Listen, lad. That might. There you go. There's like a little thingy there to stick it in. I've lived in this house for nearly 18 months, and I've never noticed that there's a little tiny hook there to put the curtain into. Could try the curtain? I could, but that's mean. And me and the curtain don't have that type of relationship, so I'm not sure if the curtain... I just realised that was my mum that ran. What a start. It's exactly what they love to see. Yeah, so what I was going to say is I had a holy milkshake this morning with my protein powder and whatnot. Oh, good. Let me just finish this. Take a deep sip, and we're good. I'll put this all out the way. So, other than me, how's everyone else this morning? Because the less said about me, the better right now, apparently. Goodness me. I'll tell you what, look, I'll distract you. Even though you already saw this last stream because nothing had changed, but this stream it will change. Oh, good. That's not working either. Get in there. There we go. Manually had to do it this time. It's exactly the same as last stream, but today things will change because I think there are only 2 streams left of the month of May for the leaderboard, which means, realistically, you've got to be within 50 points of Adam right now. And everyone on that top board is, but I think Adam could just slowly point his way to the title, potentially in the next 2 races, so to speak, which means it'll be a 9-race season, which is not too bad. Had the meds kicked in. So, yes, I absolutely can do that before you got picking your lineups. And, apparently I can't even make it go away by itself now, which is really weird. Stream Deck's not behaving at all today. It literally won't recognise it. All right, well, bye-bye to that right now. Let's get off my big face and talk about the injuries. Now, there aren't actually a lot. I tell you what, Afrotrack, I haven't had any soft locks, but I've had a lot of things that make me a little bit queasy about it. I'll give you that. It's been very, very strange since the update. Now, I'm trying a new skin today, which is the SAS 26 skin. It's a sort of a tentative skin in the sense that SAS is sort of back in the game, which is awesome. But obviously it doesn't change as much as before. But one of the things I used to love about Saz's skins was that it didn't change too much. It just, yeah, Agent Officer back as well. They just kind of, they do the little things right without having to overhaul things too heavily. So that's awesome. So obviously it adds in a lot of things that Saz already did. He's added some new stuff in as well. I'm sure it's a work in progress as well, but I figured that I wanted to support Saz in that so that we get our skin man back, you know? It's part of the fun. So I thought I'd try it out today on stream, see how we get on. And no doubt we'll run into a few things that I've got used to from other skins that maybe I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe that could be something we could bring to this as well. It's Saz26. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct link right now. It's on FM Scout at the moment, I believe. That's why, Saz sent me a link to it yesterday. And I believe you can get it on FM Scout right now. I immediately like bringing the colour back for the Champions League and stuff like that. It's quite nice. There's one other thing that I really like about it. Yeah, if you've got the link, that'd be awesome. I can update the skin command right now. Just because for the purposes of today. Legend. Thank you, Daz. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I forgot that I can't... Wouldn't it be cool, right? If... Oh, I'll just load it up. Actually be easier. So, fun fact. My OBS window that loads Twitch chat, if I right-click on a link, it doesn't actually have the option to copy the link from that. I have to physically select it or open it up myself. It's a very strange thing the way that thing behaves. So I'll just switch the skin command out for the time being. Because I don't believe there is a new update for the Mr. Teeny one out anyway yet. So I wouldn't have been able to use a skin, and I needed to use something today. Usable loan screen. So that is actually one of the things about it that I would say is slightly less functional, because I don't believe it touches the loan screen yet. I don't think Saz has had a chance to dip into it yet. So you'll see the loan screen is actually the default one in this skin. Luckily, we won't be using that today anyway, because I've already done all the loan extensions and stuff, so we shouldn't have to worry about it. But that is definitely an area that I would love to see Saz do Saz things with. But I think it's a work in progress, one thing at a time type jobby with that one. International management, I have not had a single chance to touch it at all. So literally, after stream on Tuesday, I did loads of stuff for the recap. Not for the recap, sorry, for the next season's recap. And then I left the game on because I didn't want it to update. Which, yeah. And I couldn't figure out how to stop it from updating, so I just left the game on overnight. Then I had to do the recap yesterday, which took 11.5 hours because of all sorts of other silly gubbins that were going wrong with that. So I've literally not had a single chance to touch the international mode in any way just yet. So outside of what I've seen from people in the Discord and stuff, I know, and from what I saw on X and various other Discord servers I'm a part of, I've noticed that there does seem to be some bugs that people are finding. He is, Cronin. Yes, he's been pulled out of retirement. Slowly but surely, we'll get him there. We're getting him there. I'm terrific, Hazard, honestly. Despite it being a very strange morning, I've been flying by the seat of my pants, you could say. Oh, working is working. Yeah, I don't believe that one does work, but this one does. So the Saz skin does indeed work. Video of the Wisła... Yes, the Wisła fans. I presume that was in the main square, right? So fun fact. Let's see if I get this to play. Because this won't be copyright. Look at that. It's just the best. So, fun fact, the square that they're in there is basically a massive party, not the size of this, of course, in that square, basically every night. And it's one of the most wholesome and cool things I've ever seen. So every night Pog and I were out in Krakow, when we walked through that square just to go to restaurants and bars and stuff, there was always just people with like music playing and just dancing around in the square. It was really, really wholesome and nice, mostly like youngsters and stuff. But I thought that was just a really cool thing. And yeah, it's dope. Fair play to Wisła. The support they've got as well. They never should be in that second tier. It's wild. Yeah, so what are the bugs you've run into so far? Because I've had some weird stuttery. Yeah, that shows you how old I am, doesn't it? When I'm calling people youngsters. They probably in their mid-20s. It's like, but there you go. Oh, the morning I've had. So yesterday, because I was doing the recap for 11 hours, I forgot to go collect my medication. Which was fun. And then I realized this morning I woke up and I didn't have any. So Pog was like, you know what, I'll go to the pharmacy and try and get some for you. And then they pretended that they'd never received the order. And then said, oh, it was a bank holiday. I'm like, it was set in last Friday. Are we in a bank holiday week now? So eventually they got the pharmacist to come in and prescribe me some. And I'm just like, this happens every month. I do put it's a monthly prescription that I put in here. This should not come as a surprise to you that I am you again. I thought we'd seen the last of you. It's like, it's a repeat prescription, fellas. Like, what are we doing here? On the plus side, I did manage to get some, but it was taken about an hour and 15 minutes later than normal, which doesn't sound like a big deal. And it isn't in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just that usually the first sort of hour and a half to 2 hours after I take my pill, I get a bit silly. Because it's sort of the ramp up period. It's very strange. But usually by the time I start stream, that's sort of out my system. I'm like locked. So Point being, I'm feeling a little silly today, all right? So bear with me. Morning, big forehead. How's it going? How's the forehead? Ah, dear. I yelled at a cloud probably in there too, yeah. The skin is on fire. Yeah, the temps are actually climbing quite high, which is a bit weird because it's not even that warm today. I mean, it is, but not in the same way as it was before. So, I've been playing, of course, some off-stream games. I massively been dicking about. Now, I don't know whether they've made any match engine changes with this. I had looked through the changelog and I was unsure as to whether they have or not. Things definitely felt different in the match engine for sure. Get his delivered to your address now. So basically what happened originally, that's what I was doing, but that was what was being prescribed by actually the ADHD 360. But since I moved over to shared care, I'll need to figure out how to get that sorted because it has been crazy. They don't tell you when it comes in. They act surprised when you come in every month. And they sort of think like, oh, you should order this weeks in advance. I'm just like, mate, it's a controlled substance. That would be suspicious as hell. Like, if I kept coming in all the time, like, oh, I need more. Like, who am I selling that to exactly? And you'll leave. Oh, good weather for it. Holy shit, you'll have to see it. So, let me get through some of the lookups first, because there's quite a few here, and then we'll get cracking. I feel like it's definitely tweaked a little bit. Cohen's. Right, because I remember you used boots at one point, didn't you, James? But you said they were absolutely useless, because I need to look into that. If you could send me any information you have about that, that'd be really, really cool. Like, that would be awesome. I very much trust your judgment on these sort of things. I've got a look up here from Jesse, which isn't even a look up, but it just says, I'd like everyone to know that hockey was invented by Canadian ladies to keep them busy while their husbands did the cooking. Yeah. One team that has been doing any cooking is the Avs, and that's the last I'll be saying of it. Oh, God, we suck so bad. Oh, it's depressing. Carolina, please. For the good of hockey, please, Carolina. Don't let this happen. Drape, let's see. Oh, mate. I mean, apparently, Kale's injury might not even see him back for the start of next season, and yet bro was playing. So I'm curious to see what that injury actually is. I think it's something to do with his shoulder. I think he might have broken stuff or absolutely done the ligaments in. I mean, hey, everyone, the thing I love about hockey is every time a team gets knocked out, they then release the injury details, and it's like, oh, good God, he was dead. Oh, Montreal. Thing is, Montreal have this wonderful ability to win games despite never having a shot. It's actually quite impressive how far they've got by doing that. I just think that the shot volume that Carolina always do was eventually going to win out, and I think they'll probably have... They maybe could win the next game. I think they'll probably win in 5, but at least it's a gentleman's sweep. So there's a few Drapers around. Neil Draper, Seb Draper, Kane Draper, Winona Heatley. That is a name. That is a name right there. Great shout on the name. Oh, yeah, by the way, player profiles, of course, and the skin are slightly different. One thing that SAS... This is the thing I love about SAS, right? Second nationality on the player profiles. Media description and reputation, which is what is known as media... their media handling, now shown on the main profiles. Oh, love that. It's not the World Championship. Well, that's all I've got left. As far as I'm concerned, hockey doesn't exist again until September. Or at least until free agency. Not that the free agent class this year is any good anyway. Gus Poyet. Ooh. Yeah, I got it. You can do wind puns. Could you remember when we used... Oh, excuse me. Do you remember we used to do the pun games? Those were the... Oh, there is a curtain. There is a singular curtain. Oh, no, it's not. It's Kirtland. That's the face of a man who... One thing I'll also say is I think this SAS skin shrinks the faces down a little bit. I might be wrong, but I actually think they look better like that because that's probably their native resolution, perhaps. The pencil. I don't actually know what the pencil's for. It's not clickable, so I don't know. I thought maybe it was to do with if you've got the editor, perhaps. It's not working there. Ah, I see. Because what I've noticed, SAS, is that under here, I've noticed that's where media handling is showing up, on my current version of the skin at least. Because I thought maybe they'd change the name of it, perhaps. But that doesn't make any sense. I'm an idiot. I love having second nationality back on their main profiles, though. It's such a nice little touch that, particularly with us looking for Spanish Scourge guys, is a massive deal. So yeah, there's our one curtain. No problem at all, Saz. I realise that this is like the first round of this, and I'm so excited that you're even doing this. And you know I've got your back on this. Anything you need, I'm there, man. A comfy agent. Apparently so. Obviously Jonas Wind, but we've also got Oscar Wind and Per Wind. And obviously Mr. Windles himself. And then... Dr. Johan Wind. Now, I realise that obviously he's a sports scientist, so no doubt he's a doctor, right? But my question is, why does he get to have doctor in his name? Sid's comments. What was Sid's comments? So I bet with the whole new thing in it, like, but the thing I love about, we were just saying this before you rocked up, was just that I feel like the way that you build skins is what I vibe with the most, because it is just about making little things better without changing the whole. I feel like, to say you have a stock car and Saz was modding that car for you. Saz is the type that makes it a sleeper, right? He's doing an engine swap, but you can't see anything different, right? It's all subtle changes. He's improving fuel economy in there too. He's put a new exhaust on it, but it's not boomy and loud. It's just doing bits. He's the NASCAR skin building. Yes, he is. How many doctors are in the game? I don't know if we could even find out, because if we type in doctor, that will not be enough letters for the full search. We didn't fill Booty's role, no. A Saskar? Incredible. Incredible. Hayden, we were talking about how Saz is back to making skins, but in addition, what I like about the way that Saz constructs skins, which I just think is awesome, that's fair play to him. He insisted on that. I like to believe that he did just go, look, if I'm coming in your damn stupid little football game, I'm going to be called Dr. Johan, damn it. He says, oh, doesn't mean for a no, exactly. You don't need a perfect intro from me. It will never happen. Right. Mr. Wind. We've done the wind, and we found him. That's a second curtain, so I can refund those points as well. Breeze. Boom, boom, boom. How was that Norwegian guy? Oh, which Norwegian guy specifically? Like, honestly, Aston, the sheer amount of Norwegian... Oh, I think I know who you mean. He actually was nowhere near as good as we were expecting. With the amount of Norwegians we've signed in the last few years, I actually was confused for a second, but I know exactly who you mean. I can't remember his name. Was he at Bodder, or was he... No, he wasn't, was he? He was like Viking or something. Yeah, it was Erling Haaland. Speaking of Erling Haaland, City are trying to sell him at the moment. I actually tried to buy him, but he wants too much money. He wants like $500,000 a week. Which sucks, because he was willing to talk to us and everything. He's 36, but his attributes are still kind of cooking. It's actually wild. So yeah, we've got a few Breezes. Clive Breeze, Matt Breeze, Cody Breeze, Matt Freeze, and then Dave van der Kreek. Great name. Just sensational name. And then I'll refund your points on Doctor just because, yeah. If I type it in, you basically get Dr. Congo. Actually, maybe we're selling the game short. Huh? Oh, yeah, look. Andre. That's Dr. Andre to you. Put some respect on his name, along with Sandra. Harry Redknapp's wife. We could do Doctor with a dot, actually. Good shout. I think we're putting a lot of faith in... Oh, my God, you might be right. Don with the plays. Don, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you just suggested something smart. How do you feel about that? How does that make you feel? Yeah, he is the only doctor in the game that's actually called Doctor. I guess the rest of them are kind of just implied, because if they are the club doctor, they're already a doctor. The ultimate backhanded compliments. Yeah, the fact that Dr. Congo doesn't... I guess it does, doesn't it? Oh, wait, no. It actually doesn't, does it? Remarkably. But it does when he... I guess it's because it's not actually... Yeah, it's actually not got a dot in it, in fairness. That would imply that he's Dr. Johan Wynn. Now, he's Canadian, but would I be right in thinking that in Germany, you can actually be Doctor, in the sense that if you hold more than one doctorate, it is technically a thing where you can be Doctor? My dad always used to say this to me back in the day. He worked with a German when he was working in Belgium that used to be a Doctor. Dumb as fuck, but apparently that was a thing. Or my father was lying to me. DDR card. What about DDR4? I bet Doctor is also a name, by the way. So yeah, Erling Haaland, he's requested to leave. They're selling him for, well, he was 9 million. Let me try again. You can't hurt to try, right? There's no reason not to try. I did ask for if he wants to join, but it said between 350 and 500,000 pounds a week. Right about Doctor? Hell yeah. I respect that from the Germans. Like, that's simple. It's effective. None of this bollocks. Not at all. So last year, because where his team is at makes sense. Whether wow, I think Crosby could easily keep playing. As if he's still putting up point per game seasons, then there's really no reason if he doesn't feel like he needs to leave for him to go anywhere right now. Particularly with the state that the Pens have got themselves into, we could afford it. Well, we can't afford the wages, but we could afford the player for sure. And I feel like there's really no point in not trying to. He does sound a bit German, doesn't he? Which is why I thought maybe that is actually what's going on there. Hello, Rob. Got anniversary. Oh, Rob, no. Come on, buddy. You can't be forgetting anniversaries. That's... Mine's an easier one because it's the 5th of July, which is the day after the 4th of July, and I believe it's also Viking's birthday. So that's a nice, easy one. Budget adjustment. We could, but that would be utterly silly. Signing a player on 10 times the value wage-wise of any other player in the squad would be up there with one of the dumbest things I could do right now, outside of maybe... actually, that's not even true. It probably wouldn't even be in the top 10. Point being, wage structures are so balanced in FM. The memes, I mean, now that you've said the memes, let's do it. You should have said. I'd have been well on board with the memes. But yeah, see, look, the media handling now shows up under reputation under here because I presume the reputation thing's supposed to be up there. Either way, just being able to see that straight off the bat is super useful for us judging players' professionalism, which is dope. But get that one ticked off there. Nice. Yeah, it shows their second nationality now. Such a nice little touch. Hello, Peace. How are you, man? How's your dad? Is he feeling any better? Also, forgive me if that's not something you want to talk about at all. I just want to make sure you're good and your family's good. I guess with the cap space, with the cap going up as well, there's just... That's why the UFA market's so crap. We get to do agent offers this time around, so I'll just catch you up, actually, because I have made a couple of tweaks to the tactic and stuff. These are the results that we were getting. So, obviously, we battered Jagiellonia in the cup final, but look at the way the season started. Dominant, win 1-0. Dominant, draw 1-1. Dominant, draw 0-0. And I was like, oh, good God, it's still bad. So I started messing around with a couple of little things, and it started to get a bit better. Finally broke through with a couple of 4-1 victories here. It was at this point that the update came out. So all the games from Gornik onwards were all after the update, because I didn't have time to do them before. I've made a couple of little tactical tweaks, and I think it makes us slightly better. Because I noticed something about the way we were setting up out of possession. And you'll see what I mean in a minute, because it has to do with a couple of things. Then there was Corona Kielce as well, which we won through 2 goals from John. They were both fantastic goals as well. Then we had this weird one against Lechia. But again, it just seems to like be solid. And Molski was brilliant. This was a rotated team as well. So that's 2. So, the little changes I made for this time around. Oh. Pisses off the rest of your... It's not actually that it pisses off the rest of your squad, Bala. If anything, it... Think about it like this. The squad wants to be on the average wage. So if you give a player, say Erling Haaland came in and he was on, let's not even, say he came in and I offered him 200 grand a week, which would be over double what our highest paid player is on. He'd obviously demand either important player or star player. What that would do is drive up the average wage for that squad role, which then means that when I next come around to do contract extensions or sign a new player for that kind of role, they would take into account how much on average players in that position are being paid for us. And as a result, they would want a lot more money. So by keeping the kind of like an artificial cap on our squad value in terms of the wages, you stop players from running away with it. So our highest paid player right now is actually Olafemi John, as of a brand new contract I just gave him, I think, on £82,000 a week, to give you an idea. And Haaland would be asking for 3-4 times that. Feeling better, but he was in the hospital yesterday for Jack. Oh, okay, at least he's out of hospital. Found a tumour in his liver that sadly can't be removed surgery. Oh, man. Shit, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Are there at least other options? But yeah, that's basically how it works. For a deer for a week's work, $100. Do you know what? I actually saw a deer earlier on my run, Shawnee. I was running through this little wooded bit by where Pog works, and I was just on this path. It's quite enclosed, and I look up ahead of me, and there's just a deer stood in the pathway like, what of it, Chief? And I'm like, okay, I'm going to start walking a little bit slower, because he didn't move straight away. Then it scurried off into the bushes, and I was like, bro, okay then. Oh, hell yes, Liam. Did it work for you? That's awesome. So, yeah, this one here is Bellissimo. I haven't even really tried it for this kind of stuff. I might have a little look just in case there is anyone that we want to get rid of that's actually wanted by someone
72
else.
long months of being subscribed to this sensational man. Capybara. He's broken his back. Up the full ham.
His back?
6 long years. Many more to come. Probably a lifetime unless you decide to leave Twitch. We won the league at Anfield. We won it at the Lane. Twice. Stamford Bridge, Old Trafford. No one can say the same. We're Mick Arteta's army. We're Arsenal through and through. We'll sing it in the North Bank and in the Clock End too. Ale, ale, ale. Love you.
Things you'd love to see. Speaking of Mike, while he's here, this stream is actually being sponsored by Full-Time Prints, which is Mike's company, of course, and they're doing a Father's Day special right now, where you can get 10% off of any prints. I believe it's any prints. It's certainly an incredibly wide range, and they do custom ones. So say, for example, you happen to be a big fan of Fulham winning playoff finals. Hey, Daz. You could have that immortalised in print form. I've decided I really want to get, when we next win a Champions League in this save, because we're going to, I want to get the winning goal done in like this style by Mike through full-time prints, because I think that'd be a really nice way to commemorate it. Nepotism, hell yeah. Nepotism would be me doing it for free. Hell yes, Mike. I think the idea of having the FM ones is such a cool thing to, another branch to have for your companies. That's awesome. A Willian one, I've got them. It's just a picture of Willian's face. It's not really the same thing. Would the other one be better? This will only piss off Hamburg fans. Hamburg will host the final. Fulham will play in it, baby. Things you'd love to see. But yes, there you go. Oh, isn't there? Yeah, Andy. But ultimately, if something ain't working, you might as well try and change it, right? I feel like this is the last year I'm going to persist with this exact tactical idea. You'll immediately notice I've changes I've made. On the combined one at the very least. I'll explain in a minute. Because I think after 4 years, if we just can't beat the XG monster, it has to be something to do with the way that we're creating chances, that the match engine simply will not allow us to score in the way that it's built. And a lot of the time, the problem is not so much that we are conceding the goals that we are, because we are, but it's because we don't score enough. We miss our chances too frequently. Letting in the odd occasional mistake goal that our goalies do is kind of part of football. The problem is that we're never taking our chances enough to actually make up for it. Matt also earns money for using his code. It's true, he does. I'm a massive shill. Who's cooking statistically? So it's been a very weird start statistically. I'll just show you that's the loan farm view. I did offer out the players for loan again, so we'll have to wait for that to come through. It might not come through today. I'm really hoping it does though. Alvarez, oh, really? As in Julian Alvarez? My brain immediately went to our own Alvarez, and I had to pull myself back there. So far statistically, Gomez is the top XG receiver, which is what we want, and he's actually hitting it. Montperouse, similar story. Olafemi John, similar story. Naeem is underneath it slightly, but at the very least he is actually still getting goals, which is something. Mana is actually getting quite a few, but he's also Mana. Centre-back, don't expect much from him. Joao Carlos, yeah, he's okay. Duru's played a couple of matches. Jens overperformed massively last year, so this is more of a return to the mean, and you can kind of see that it drifts away quite easily after that. As far as XG created, Naeem is still creating like crazy, and he's actually getting people on the end of them for once. Carlos a little bit less so. Montperouse with 4 goals and 4 assists. It's not too bad. It's still a little bit less than where I'd like us to be, in terms of league-wise at least. I'll show you off. I'll catch up on everything in a moment as well. Let me just see for the league. Oh, this is good. You'll love this. Ready? Check this out. Bang. I think this looks so cool. I love the positioning. It's going to make it really easy for editing as well, because I can just hit the zoom in button instead. So yeah, we've got central league table now with everything else around the outside, which I think is sick. Point being, XG-wise, we are underperforming it still. But defensively, slightly better, which is nice. Shit ton of them. We absolutely are, because ultimately we're having between 2 and 3 XG a game, but it's taking us 30 shots to get it, which means our average XG per shot is around about 0.1, which is quite low. Factor in penalties as well, it's probably even lower if you exclude those. So I think that's part of the issue. I'm willing to give this one last season a go with it, and if after that we're still thinking, it's just not going to be it, then I will tear up the playbook, and next season we will build a brand new tactic from scratch that's completely different in terms of its ethos, essentially. It'll still be mad shit, no doubt, but it will be a completely different approach from the beginning to end, essentially. That's my plan with that. But yeah, so that's the way things have started there. Not too bad. In terms of transfers, I didn't really do a lot, and that's because there just wasn't a lot out there, honestly. I did a transfer room in, and it was full of Spanish Scourge players. This isn't actually base skin, but I mean, parts of it are, I guess. So, players I signed. Have I signed anyone since? So, yeah, we've picked up a couple of players here and there. Mostly freebies, actually. Have I signed anyone for money since last stream? I'm not sure I have, you know. No, I don't think I have. I think I was just picking up the occasional little freebie right now. So loan is down to 180 at the moment. That's because I haven't done the offer of them all to push the Neopur Metz thing yet. I have done it now, but it hasn't kind of like pushed through yet. But in addition, I also started getting a bit more picky with some of the loans I've been doing to Pushta as well, because I didn't want to flood them with a load of players that they weren't going to use just to get the number higher. So I'm trying to be a little bit less using that. Even if we end up with a lower number, I'm okay with that, because it means the numbers we're actually getting will, in theory, be better. Now, in terms of outs, I don't know if I sold anyone else either, actually. Did I? Oh, I accidentally sold someone. I thought I was confirming a loan, and I realised that Marta had snuck one by me with Marco Skugor. So I ended up accidentally selling him to Marseille for £8.5 million. I don't know how much I paid for him. Oh, that's mad. Marta Love, I mean, it rises to £8.5 million. That is bad. He's quite a good player, actually, to be fair, but like £8.5 million. The board are not going to be super pleased with her on that front, I would suspect. So, our Champions League fixtures are thusly. Would you believe it, chat? I know, crazy. We're playing Liverpool in the Champions League. We never play Liverpool in the Champions League. It's so rare for us to play Liverpool in the Champions League. We've actually only played Liverpool in the Champions League every season for the last 5 years. We've literally played Liverpool in the Champions League phase every season for 5 straight seasons. In fact, now I think about it, that's every year in the Champions League except for the first season we qualified for it. We've played Liverpool. But the results have slowly got better and better and better. Yeah, it's a rough start as well. It doesn't get a lot easier after that either. Liverpool, Newcastle, Arsenal, who are a bit more mid these days, Basel away, should be winnable, but, you know, look what happened last year. FC Copenhagen away, so you're getting a bit of it back now. Porto away, we won there last year as well. Yeah, we've played a lot at Anfield too, which sucks. Roma and Marseille to finish things off. That is not an easy set of games, to be honest, given that our 2 pot 4 teams are Copenhagen and Porto. No, Roma. Roma is a pot 4 team at the moment. So, yeah, that's fun. Watch this be the year that actually we do really well. It's not an easy set of games by any means. Having to play Marseille is quite fun though. So yeah, not super over the moon with that. There are some fun qualifiers too. There was someone in here that took me by surprise. Who was it? Basel? No, there was... Oh, do you know Tbilisi? Champions League group stage. Big up them. Levski Sofia in there as well, which is awesome. Who else? Son Etienne. Big up them. So obviously we've got Gornik. Who else have we got? Gornik, Jagiellonia and Radomiak. So it's not the best set. Oh, to the personality. Do you? I'd have to check into that. Because, yeah, I would like to have personality on the main page, as that is the first thing I look for in players rather than media handling, even though the two things are somewhat linked. So, yeah, Champions League is that. Europa League, there are some tough teams in here as well. Oh, I need to put the name fix back in, because I've just saw a bit of Blue Nieri. Nobody likes a bit of Blue Nieri. So who have we got in here that's fun? Djurgården are in there. Kairat, obviously. We've got Legia and Piast Gliwice. Man United are in the Europa League this season around. Southampton are in there as well. That's just quite a tough group in general. I don't think there's a lot of like complete whipping boys in here. Oh, is it on there? Oh, nice. Oh, that's actually where it was before, so to be fair. No, that's good stuff. I hadn't actually been looking for it yet, so yeah. Pushkas damn near got in the Champions League. They were in the playoff round, if I remember. How do I... Oh, that's up here. It's going to take me a minute. Yeah, they lost... they lost quite easily, actually, to Levski Sofia, but they were pretty close to getting in, which is nice. Bit of Parthenope. Oh, Parthenope in there as well. Actually, no, I think Napoli are licensed now, aren't they? Because I saw them in the Champions League as Napoli, unless it's just the Blue Neri thing's a little bit different. So, Europa Conference League. Oh. It seems to default to that a few times now, which is weird. Como in there. Cracovia, obviously. FC Noah. Oh, Glenavon. Now that I like. Is the Blue... it's a different type of licensing. That makes sense. Because they seem to be the only one that I've noticed as of this morning, at least. But yeah, autosave is back on. I already had that switched off because of the sim testing I was doing. I have now added another thing to my pre-stream checklist, which is make sure autosave is switched on, so that can never happen again, basically. Also, VODies. Apologies that I didn't do the VOD comments last stream. It's the first time I've failed since we had this whole stream setup thing for me. Basically, everything was so hot, I was absolutely fried, and kind of weirdly overwhelmed. And I still feel a little bit like that now, but I'm going to hopefully be okay over the weekend. I don't know if anyone else gets like this, where you have time off, but if you're actively doing something that requires you to use a lot of social battery, like for example when I was at Snetterton with my mate over the weekend on Sunday for like the whole day, you feel more tired than if you had just been like working or something. And it's like my brain got more and more wound into like a ball that it couldn't seem to escape from. And I'm really looking forward to just a couple of days of not having to worry about that and just being able to like go, and then back to normal again. Maybe it's just a me thing. I imagine it's certainly not though, but Sometimes I just need a day where I actually don't do anything and I actually feel properly rested. Been delicensed. Oh, have they? Oh, interesting. Oh, down. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Waterford Wizard, if you're here, love that for you. I don't know if you're in a Waterford fan, but regardless, Waterford in... How in the fuck have they done that? Aren't Waterford not even a top flight side in Ireland a lot of the time? Wait, holders? Oh my god, they won the title! That's insane! Have they got to take... What's happened here? That's actually a genuine shock. How have they done that? Forgive me, I'm just finding new ways to navigate around the skin and stuff. Landmarks. I don't think they would technically get one anyway. It feels like FM's got a bit more fun all of a sudden. Have they lost? Have they? Oh my god, if they have. Let's see. We'll check the coefficients, it should say. It says 9 out of 9, but then it doesn't always say, does it? That's a bit inconsistent. Can I filter by nation? No, I can't. I'm not seeing one. You might be right here. Let me just check the... Wouldn't be Champions Path, it'd be main path, right? Imagine they ended up playing like a Spanish side or something. Maybe they are in there. No, they have to be gone. This is surely just streamer blindness hitting me again, right? Where's the other English side? I feel like this has gone past the point of me being thick to the point where I'm now starting to think there isn't one here. Because they come in at this round. They can't start earlier than that, can they? Unless there's some weird permutation whereby they've gone straight into the Europa League or somehow? Champions Path is only for champions, I think, right? ECL Spot won it last season, maybe. Last season was Man United. Oh, did Man United come... Man United might have come in the exact position in the Premier League last year that men's... Let's check. 9th place. Oh my god. England don't have a Conference League team. Man United came 9th, which would have got them Conference League because of the way everything else has flaked down, but they won the Conference League, so they go into the Europa. I think that's what happens, right? No, Newcastle. Oh, it could be Newcastle. No, Newcastle are in the Champions League this year. Oh, yeah. Did you see this? The Premier League tied on 80 points. I think 5 different teams could have won the title on the final day. That's bizarre. So actually, who is in what competition for England then? Because the game doesn't... They used to have that lovely breakdown that would show you which competition each set of teams were in. Do you remember? It was on like the European one. Somewhere in here, it would show you the exact teams. It was dope, but I don't think that exists anymore. Let's just have a look at... Newcastle won the Europa, yeah. They beat Brighton in the final. So that's why they've now shuffled up as well. So yeah, there's Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man City, Newcastle, and Tottenham. So there's 6 Champions League, and I guess 3 Europa? They finished it, yeah. Ah, you're right. Yeah, so there's... Wow. That might actually work out for us, potentially. Because then you got Brighton, Man United, and Southampton in the Europa. So there's 9 places in Europe, but they've all in the top 2 competitions. Wow. I've actually not seen that happen before. That's cool. This could really help us this season. Because obviously the English side is usually the biggest problem. I've actually not seen that happen before. Why does the Europa League default to that instead of the league table? That's really strange. Because who's the real problems here? So Athletic Club are an issue. Eintracht Frankfurt. Nice. Oh, this is winnable. It's such a shame Cracovia are the one in it. Sorry, injury update. I'll give you a little update for that now. I think it's relatively okay, but I'll give you a little... I always forget that it's medical centre, current injuries. Ajax are like... They're very hit and miss. They seem to lose to our sides in the group stage and then get beaten... and then win in the knockouts. It's weird. So yeah, Kowalski is out, but he'll only be back in a day. Santelli's going to be back in a few days as well. So pretty much everybody is fit. I also moved Augusto and Hayatu up to the first team squad because I think they're going to struggle to find loans, and I kind of want to give us a bit more defensive depth in there as well. So that pretty much catches us up. The last thing I want to show you, I suppose, is the tactical change that I made, which would be, where are we? I realised I've jabbered a lot at the start, but I had a lot to catch you up on anyway. So I don't think I've changed anything in possession. I'm pretty certain that's exactly the same as it was before. I don't think I've even changed any instructions. I'm pretty certain this is all exactly the same. Oh, I tried low crosses. That's one thing. I think the rest of it is exactly the same, though. The big changes were the out of possession stuff. Waterford from Ireland, yes. Which is awesome. Waterford from Ireland and Glenavon and Northern Ireland. So there's one from each in the Conference League, which is really cool. This is what I've moved to out of possession. What I noticed was that Montperouse, I felt like when we were out of possession, we didn't have a lot of pressure on our other team's backlines. So having Montperouse almost play as a striker out of possession, I feel like puts more pressure on them. The other thing I did is I made these guys screening midfielders instead of pressing, because I noticed that they were pushing up quite high, and because obviously we didn't have this, what was happening is that the ball was getting really easily bypassing our centre of midfield, meaning that we were getting run at way too quickly. This allows them to sit a little bit deeper, and it creates this kind of box that's really hard to play through out of possession. That's certainly my experience with it. Now, it might go horribly wrong here at Anfield tomorrow, but that's sort of the logic to it at the very least, and that's what I'm going to be trying for a little bit. I also have these guys on stopping now, and I noticed that they step up into the play and make loads of interceptions. It's actually dope. I've been playing Akbash in there as well. New keeper, okay, still made a few errors. Rather, we've still considered a few one-shot, one-goal type jobbies in games, but I don't think there's much we can really do about that anymore. I think he does feel more stable than Marion, but we'll see what he does when he's put into a big game, you know. That's, I suppose, the big deal. Right, so it's deadline day. We might as well have a look at some agent offers since they're here, right? We've got this guy here who is at Rayo Vallecano, actually. Tremendous moustache combination, but 23 million is a lot for him. I mean, he's actually quite good, but I think we could find better cheaper. Let's go. Hopefully the loan stuff comes through today as well. Oh, more. Renegade in real life. Yeah, the fact that Waterford won the Irish League as well. Yes, you can see nationality on player pages now. It's such little simple things like that that I just adore. He's 100% a Spanish Scourge player, but Christ. What league are they in these days? It's kind of crazy that they've never been promoted given the sheer amount of Scourge players they've got there, but I guess... Right, let's see what Holland actually wants this time. Look at that. Oh, sorry, my apologies. He wanted between 500 and 600,000 pounds a week. Do you know what, Erling? I don't know if I can afford that. Impact sub. He wants to be an Impact sub, earning £500,000 a week. Bear in mind, he's only earning about 375 now at City. Where does he think this is going to... Do you think that Poland is in Saudi Arabia, Erling? I mean, I'll let you have that. Oh, my apologies. He also wants nearly 300 grand per appearance. That is... I will give you 53 grand a week, and I'll give you a 55 grand appearance fee. How about that? And I will also give you all of these because you're never going to win them ever again. And I will offer you a relegation release clause of basically nothing. He's got brass balls. I'll give him that. What else can I offer him? Do you know what? I'll actually offer him a minimum release clause as well. Why not? Of £1 million. That'll do it. Let's see. Sell on fee percentage? Why not? 50%. Have a bit of that. And why am I even doing this? There's no way he's going to say yes, is there? Yeah, well, that was fun. We could dream. My only hope is that they release him, but look how good he actually still is. It's actually kind of wild how good he still is at 36 years old. Nearly got 100 cap. Well, he's got 100 caps already, but Jesus. Sorry, Erling. Maybe not today. I think that's actually gone up since the last time I spoke to him, which is mental. Oh, there have been some big sales in Poland as well. Górnik Zabrze have sold like £30 million worth of players, which is a little bit of a worry because I haven't seen them doing a lot of buying, unfortunately. That's a loan, I think? Yeah. Ooh, that's a bit... Has anyone else noticed that the game just feels a little bit laggy since the updates? It feels like everything just takes longer. I'm hoping it's because of that. And And hope this is not a skin thing. I don't see how it could be a skin thing. Oh, I didn't do the lookup. My apologies. Penny Feather. Still, I love that you're still there and just kind of getting contract decisions. There will be a Patreon recap as well. I'll probably get that done on Monday just because of how things have been the last week. But yeah, so you actually kind of just racking up a lot of appearances. I think you were one of the first guys that came over to Poland from the English release players and settled really nicely. They've never quite managed to get promoted, but they're always there or thereabouts. Maybe this is the year. Could you got 9 goals one season from defensive? I suppose you're probably playing a bit further up. That's still very impressive as well. And another year left on the deal. Actually quite a good player, to be honest. Phil Foden. I think he is still around. Oh, he's not. Wait, Jaden Philogene is the head of youth development now. I mean, he's not very good, but he is there nevertheless. Change clubs. I take it, are you a Rakov fan, Tom? I realise I've never actually asked you which club you support. Unfortunately, no Phil Fodens. Might as well shove him on the shortlist, though. Good to keep an eye on things like that. We are going to have to replace Regan Booty anyway. His Lech Poznan side are doing okay at best. But it's a stacked league right now. Some of the teams that Motor are just far too good for that division. And no, appears to be no Albert Shorland. Unless the game doesn't like the lack of... just type in Shorland, like, because isn't there an accent in his on the A? But sometimes FM, it's usually pretty good at that. But maybe he's just retired. In fairness, I'll refund you points for the time being. And then Braut Bruns, who was he the guy that used to score against us all the time back in the Tromsø days, or was that the other fella? Not Brutnes, Bruns. There he is. Oh, that's not him. Is she related as well? Wait, this guy's Polish? Wait, hang on. I'm confused. He's Polish now? Apparently he is. He switched, yeah. Went to Rakov, then stayed at Rakov for some reason separately, then finished off at Jagiellonia. Fair play, became a citizen. Never got a cap though, bless him. Diego Costa's ahead of you. Oh, think of the high aggression they might come through with Cam though. That's what you need, provided you're building purely defenders. Anywhere else, I think actually aggression is probably kind of good to have on a lot of players anyway. Connor Watt. Oh, last resort. I like how almost all these guys we've got scout reports on just because we scout so much. He's probably okay. I think he'd just be overpriced. You're at Valencia. Jonathan's sister. Really? Zlatan is almost always available as a scout. I feel like we may all secretly be Erling Haaland's cousins and just not realise. So basically, deadline day was always there, but I believe Mr. Teeny Skin hid the agent bit from that page. And because you know how my brain works, out of sight, out of mind and such, I just forgot it was there. But now it's visible again. Oh, hello. Who was that? This guy. Fernando Tizone. Wanted by all the people. Oh. Always. Ah, nice. That shows you how long it's been since I've used it, doesn't it? If I'm considering not even seeing that, right? What do we think of him? I think with him, it would heavily depend on his wage demands, which are obviously going to be quite high, and what sort of role he'd expect to play in our team. That's the other thing. Oh, actually, one thing I have noticed, though, is there is no star ratings for the player on the profile of the player, which is a little concerning. I know you can see that, but I can't see the player's potential or their current ability on the player's profile. Without going all the way to here. That's a little concerning. I would... because that's a really big part of how I scout players and looking at profiles and stuff. Unless I'm missing... I might be missing it, actually. Because it's scouting required, but we should still have some knowledge of that to be able to see it, right? Click the A. Yeah, but that's another click, isn't it? Like, being able to see it actually on the profile is kind of the whole point. That's one of the issues I had with the Mr. Teeny Skin at first, was being able to see that directly on the profile is such a quick thing to do because FM hides things for absolutely no reason. What's this down here? Oh, that's a thing for players that are actually on your side, I think. Oh, no, I believe this is possibly that it was never like that, Hobbsy. It's just Skins added it back. But yeah, I'd probably need to find a way to add that back just because it's so much easier to be able to look at that sort of stuff straight off the bat. He's still quite good, though. This is heavily going to depend on what sort of numbers he wants. Breakthrough prospect. Done. Done. If he doesn't get a loan, we can just use him as a backup option too. I'm happy to pay that. Let me just see if I can get a little tiny discount. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Velej were not especially pleased with that, apparently. I've insulted them. Learn to scout good players for your club. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways you can do it, Karmastine. So I guess the first question I'd ask is, what do you currently do? And which save, like, presumably you're playing a save right now and that's what you're trying to do. Which season is it? Which club is it? And what league are you in? Those are the, and what type of players are you looking for, I guess. OFI guy too. Oh. 21 though. A little bit on the pricier side. And I suspect that he's, I say he's not on the pricier. If he doesn't want something dumb, he's also a breakthrough prospect. Tell you what. Yeah, I don't remember it being in the base skin. That's the thing. It was something that I asked Mr. Teeny to put back in, and he did. So I may have to ask Saz to add that back in again. Remember, Saz has just come back to doing skinning again, so a lot of it is going to be like a work in progress type of thing. But us finding things and finding pain points and going, that'd be cool if. That's how the original Saz skins were built, basically. The amount of time... Saz once moved a button in a menu for me because I kept accidentally clicking it. I don't know if you remember that happened. I had my own special version of the skin that was just for me to stop that from happening. Oh, I don't think it was the Duolingo. It was the bloody inquire button. There used to be a button in... Oh, yeah, there. Make inquiry. It was listed slightly differently before because of the old way the interface worked. I would constantly inquire about players instead, and it was annoying as hell. I might actually sign this guy. I don't know why. I just feel like... Oh. Okay, I've changed my mind. I thought he might be a bit available less than his release calls, given that's his thing, but apparently not. I am a special boy. It's a very special day for a very special little man, and I am him. With the payout button. To be fair, it's a 50-50 chance, Paul, right? And I still got it wrong somehow. It's in my DNA. DNA. Has more interest in joining. I've noticed that definitely with our player values dropping this window, we're getting way more bids from clubs. In addition, something that I'd taken for granted, and this might still be a thing, but I don't believe it is. Do you remember you could set a player to essentially be auto-rejected? As in, you'd auto-reject any bids for the player. I don't think that exists anymore. And if it does, I can't find it. Because I have had relentless bids from a certain player. It does. Oh, if you know where it is, then I am going to be over the moon. It does. Right. Okay. This is... I've never had to worry about it too much because we haven't encountered it very much where clubs have bid on the same player relentlessly with the same amount. So how do we get to it then? Because I want to try it with Thomas Hernandez. Because he was the one that was constantly getting these bids on him. It was so annoying. Like every other day, the same teams would bid on him over and over and over again. So, because I thought it would be in like transfer status and stuff. But transfer listed, and then you can set a price. But I couldn't see anything else after that. Oh, there! Legend, thank you. Love it. That's awesome. Let me just make sure I got the right one. Amazing. Thank you. Oh, that was always there as well, wasn't it? I think the reason I got confused is because there used to be another screen, I think, where I would set it, and that screen's gone, and my brain just went, there is no way to do it. Release him. Good shout. He'd love that. Right, reject all transfer offers. Nice. A tooth infection. Oh, mate, Kenneth. I do not envy that. I had an infected tooth last September. It is one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. No shit. It was awful. I went on for about... Once I finally got antibiotics, it still took ages. I was codined up to the mouth, would you believe, for the longest time. So hopefully you've got antibiotics for it at the very least, man. Try IX great again, but attributes for each position. Okay. So I find that the thing is, I suppose it depends if you're trying to make them good now or you're trying to build for the future. Because when you're signing players that you want to improve your squad directly now, then looking for attributes is obviously the right way to go. But it would depend because... It depends what types of roles you use in your team, what sort of tactics, which is why I tend to have... I'm rarely looking at players like that, mainly because I'm building towards the future, and the idea for me is like, I'm signing players based on what they could be in the future rather than what they are now a lot of the time. If they're good now, then that's great too. But it's not the be-all and end-all. Oh, this menu feels snappier. This probably feels like a Saz thing. This feels really really snappy. Oh, no, I can't do it on that screen, can I? I have to accept it from here. It might just be that they've optimized the game as well. But for the time being, I'm going to give all the credit to SAS, because it's easier and makes me feel better. Except all these. These are just push near poor meets loans. Get a few of these forced through on the final day. They did accept some pretty good loans to begin with, which was nice. Any more? No, we're good. Cool. Oh. Yeah, thank you, chat. I was looking for around forever to try and find that menu. Yeah, wisdom teeth is no joke. I don't have any wisdom teeth on my bottom, on my bottom lip, you know what I mean, on the bottom of my mouth for that exact reason. Because they were worried that all sorts of shit was going to happen when they came through. So I just had them not preemptively taken out. They were sort of there, but they were never going to really come through properly because they were buried far too far back in my mouth. It's like how I nearly got braces when I was a kid, but then I went back to the dentist like a year later and they said, actually, you don't need them anymore. Your mouth's got bigger. Or rather, my head had got bigger, I believe is what they said. Which is great because I didn't have to wear braces, but also now I can't really wear hats. So, you know, jaw. That is the word, and I wouldn't have got there, genuinely, without you there. That wouldn't have even been, like, in the top 3 guesses after that. So that's fun. Oh. Turkey just won. Okay, so that's like the 3rd time today that someone has had a crazy result. Georgia there again, in terms of European tournaments or World Cups and stuff. So it looks like they've at least not taken that out of the way. Can't wear hats. It's awful. I wish I could wear a hat. I want to have, like, that flow out the back of a hat, but they don't fit me very well. It's... Head's quite big, hair quite poofy. It's a bad combination. Oh god, there's more. I wish there was a way that you could auto-accept all of these. I quite like the randomness that they've added to it. Bente, thank you for the 52 months, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulously... It's quite warm again today, actually, isn't it? Day. Hope you're well, though. I trust you are. Just God almighty. Wouldn't an accept all option be wonderful? Actually, I suppose there kind of is, but it would end up accepting bids I don't want, right? Right, so if you delegate and have any existing offers on players, then they'll accept those. Also, they will sometimes cancel other loans that you've already set to go out. I've had that happen. I tried this before because I thought, oh, that'd be dope. But, because you're delegating the finalization, aren't you? I tried that and it still sold a player once and I was like, never again. But I'll try it. Maybe that's actually okay. What was there was one time when I said that you shouldn't use it and I can't remember what it was. Let's try that. Go to that. And... Wait, what? Oh, because there's more than one of them. Okay, that seemed to do the trick. The problem is now I've got to send it back again. Yeah, finalizing is okay, actually. Because there's rarely a scenario where we're going to be wanting to cancel a deal after it's already gone through, right? Yeah, that might actually work. Oh yeah, you could just take control of it again. I think we might not need to. It might be okay. Oh, by the way, this Julian guy we were looking at for a little while from Zagłębie Lubin has moved to Górnik. Górnik have spent quite a bit of money. They've spent 14 million, but they've also sold 33 million pounds worth. So it's just as well they did that because they've lost their goalkeeper to Al Ittihad, Pablo to Malaga, and Araya to Bayer Leverkusen. So they needed to replenish a lot. Right, I think that's all fine. That probably was all of them, I think. There was a couple more rejections in there too, but it would just get the last of the dredges out because they might need them, they might not, but just getting them gone is pretty useful for us too. Right, anyone new in here? Napoli, Benfica, Casapia. These are all quite big sides. They're definitely gonna... They've got some good loanees from us too. Oh, they also... that's a great point. In fact, I think the reason they signed our young Croat off of us was because they'd sold their goalie. So as a result, they had a slot that they needed to fill. I did the part exchange method with him, I think, to get him gone. Oh, that's the wrong one. Now we're good there. Oh, my sub's got an injury. Ooh, you don't like to see that. I got a weird soft lock yesterday when trying to... Wait, confirm transfer. Oh, Santelli. Another one? Oh, that as well. Yeah, he was another one of those players that I was constantly getting bids on, so in the end I just accepted it. It was every single day, multiple Polish sides would bid on him every single day. And if I'd have known about the reject all thing, I would have just done that, but Christ. Right, so is new guy any good? Do you know what? Yes, he is. He's exceptional. Can I get him out on loan before that happens? It's 1 o'clock, so we should be okay. I'm going to move him to the senior... no, I'll move him to the senior squad if he doesn't find a loan. If he does, then obviously it's not necessary, but... I'll let this kind of go through. If he finds one straight, if it's a Polish club in straight away, then great. If not, I'll do the offer out instead. And then I'll do the lookups as well. I think it would have come through. I don't want to leave it too long. I might just do it now, actually. Last thing we need is... Ooh, that's some of these screens don't have to take a while to load. You should have heard the game earlier when I was loading our squad page. It was an experience. I loaded the second team to do the offer outs, and it genuinely took 30 seconds to populate the page. It was that bad. Like crazy stuff. Right, hopefully we actually get some bids from him. That'd be nice. Loan extensions is the 2nd of June. Fun fact, we've been finding it lately that for offering players out, the 10th of July seems to be quite fun. Nice. Come in the World Cup, we lose constantly. Definitely a bug, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, is this about Kwasiopud? I'm ignoring that. Kwasiopud wanted to move to Man United for £19 million. It was dumb. Right, anything new in here? Girona, Stade Liège, Wesker. A lot of these players are... Oh, hang on, there's a guy from Hibs. Kevin Morrison. Okay, Kev, I see you. 6'3", Scottish target man. What's his PA like? Oh, he's so expensive. I quite like him. We do have an enormous budget, by the way, because of the Diakite sale. I'm wondering if maybe we treat ourselves. If he doesn't want something dumb, which he doesn't. Do you know what, weirdly, not seeing their PA straight off the bat is actually, weirdly, making me form judgments about players a little bit more based on what they are, rather than purely what they could be. And actually, that might not be the worst thing. Or it might mean I spend way more money than I should do. So, go on. 9.5, actually, is less than his release clause. Sometimes you've got to spend a bit. Well, yeah, because Vanetti was a target man that was tiny. The one thing about him is his passing and vision aren't amazing, but I think it weirdly works quite nicely because of Gomez playing slightly differently there. Anything over 200? Yeah, I have 312 in the second team chase. I'll show you guys in a minute once the window's shut. And maybe it's because we're on deadline day. That might be what it is as well. We're spending all my budget on cheap free players for the Lone Farmer Season 1. Honestly, I think Season 1, just try to focus on making your team decent. Maybe prioritize signing young players to help you do that. Because what will often happen is some of those they'll naturally fall into the Lone Farm anyway. And that way you won't have to... I would say there's no point in prioritizing the Lone Farm specific signings until you've kind of got a foothold. Just kind of treat every signing as if it's a player that maybe could end up in the Lone Farm anyway. Breakthrough prospect, we like that. I'll have to be careful with this because he's probably one of those guys that is maybe going to get Scotland caps one day. But we've got the money. How much money do we actually have? It's quite a lot, right? 93 million in transfer budget. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. Saz is he's trying to make me a better manager, and I respect him for that. Maybe it will. Maybe we'll just end up overspending. 3-star potential. He is, but that's only the scouts report. He might be slightly higher than that. I like his attributes, and ultimately, if he's a good player that ends up in the Lone Farm, and he's as good as that, put it this way. The quality that he is currently right now slots in perfectly as a good Lone Farm player, and I'm happy to pay good money for one of those kinds of guys, particularly strikers, as they're so important. I actually am not going to do that, because I think Akbash has a place in our first 11. I've been playing him instead of Lucinho lately, because Lucinho has the weird sort of consistency issues, it seems. Get a hold of this. I could, and that would be very fun. I like an alternate version of the save where that happens. Oh, hello. Sakavern. Sure, why not? Sometimes those guys just do the job. Or they do a job for someone else, and I'm happy to pay for that privilege. No one wants Tizone. He might honestly be too good because he's 2.5-star PA. Those are really hard to get out on loan. God, he's got great balance. Now, obviously, last resort, I could try and part exchange him to someone, but that's more difficult on deadline day because of the way that the game changes the rules on you. So he's going to go. He's going to go. Nice. Yeah, if you've already got World Scouting, cranking up the team reports, or at least getting it going in the background with the first couple of them, is a good shout because... Sorry, what was that guy's name? Was there a guy just called Classy Bang Kitten? Oh, Bang Shittles. I thought his name was Bang Kitten. I think he's gone. Oh, he's gone. Classy Netneck's retired. I don't don't know why I'm typing this in as if the game's gonna... He's gone. Night, classy. It's been a blast, my friend. Things you hate to see. He was under contract, wasn't he? That kind of sucks, actually. Oh, he's already I forgot he was a coach here. Ah, dear. Spending screen copy it. I think of the promoted sides, it's such a risk to do it if you get it wrong. But I think of despite the fact that Coventry obviously were by far the best, I think they're also the most Sunderland-like in terms of what I think they're going to be like next year because of the way that Lampard sets up tactically. I think they'll be more pragmatic and more willing to switch things around to get the best out of the team in certain games. Ooh. And I think that's what's going to benefit them. They'll still have to make the right signings, obviously. And Karaguchu, D-rated player. Probably because of the price more than anything, right? Oh, good. The list doesn't stay sorted. Amazing. Crywinker! Thank you very much for the follow, man. How are you? Who do you support? Quintillion, it's true. Or we could do a Forest and sign 82 billion players, which is the exact number I've heard. Who's this guy, actually? He's 21. I'd like to scout him anyway, even if it's not for now, because I do quite like him. And the guy at the top is actually a Waterford player. Oh my god, where did they get... Let me guess. I thought he was going to come out of Spain or something. Chelito Jumisa. Who's he wanted by? Arsenal. A player at Waterford is wanted by Arsenal. He's under 500. I almost don't want to take him from them because it's Waterford. At least if I sign him, I could loan him back for the memes to help them out. I have no reason to help them out, but I kind of want to help out Waterford. Treaty United, the vibes are coming back. I'll tell you what, lads. I'll give you a little bit extra. And I'll loan him back to you. I just assumed that he was a Spanish Scourge player that they'd signed or something. The great thing is, the other clubs can't bid on him right now anyway. Right, so Morrison's in. Hey, potential slightly better than we thought too, which is what I was kind of banking on, if anything. I don't know if he's going to find a loan straight away. I'll just offer him out as well while I'm here. But either way, I think I'd probably move him to the first team as well. Again, I'll do that after the window shuts, though, just in case. It's not like he'd be able to play in the Champions League for us or anything. Karamov's loan's gone. Nice. Yeah, Hull City is such a tough one for... Not because Hull is inherently bad. It's just going to be a tough sell to signings. Obviously, Premier League is one thing, but trying to get players to buy into that project long term, because the perspective on Hull is largely going to be they're going to be a one season and then go down type of team, which I personally think there's every chance that Chelito, brother, he's locked in squad player. I kind of respect it, and I almost want to do it more now because of that. Shorter contract though, maybe. Yeah. Since we're not paying a lot for him, I will accept the loan back too. I should have put a 2-year loan back as part of the deal, shouldn't I? That would have been more fun. That's why the team's gone up. It does also make sense as to how Southampton were able to get in the Champions League last year in this save too. Like, that can't be a coincidence. So yeah, we'll send him back as well, which would be nice. Leroy Sané. How old is Sané these days? I've seen Sunderland linked with an inordinate amount of unknown. Lads, can I have some information on bro? He's actually not that bad. He's very good for his age. Not even his age, but like his price more than anything else. Squad registration. Probably not going to register him on account of him not being here at the moment. Sepple, thank you for the 3 months, friend. How are you, friend?
An amazing week so far, Matto.
I'll be honest with you, it's been stressful as all hell. Even today, this morning, I feel so much zen now that I finally just got to be able to stream. This morning has been hectic. Every day this week has just been absolutely mad. It's even just getting the recap done in time. I'm glad I did, but took way longer than I anticipated in the end. I've got to find a way to speed up that process. But either way, I'm feeling zen now because I'm here. It's deadline day. We're going to play some Champions League. That's what I wanted to do today. Pocket and I'll do the big shop later. Maybe dubs with the boys. Just and breathe type beat. Chicago Fire? Oh, it was an Easter dude. A couple of Japanese fellas in there too. Didn't fix it. Brazil, I think, requires a slightly different name fix, right? Or does it? I forget. It might need a new one. I don't know. I didn't update my name fix properly during the last round of updates, in fairness. Let's have a look at you. Takahiro Takahashi. Good name. 20 years old. Philippines second nationality. Wanted by loads of people. They're worth a scout. But I don't know if I'd want to like drop money on them straight off the bat. What about you? Yuji Ikeda. Bit more expensive actually. No caps yet. Oh, there's a lot of big teams swirling around these guys. It's so difficult to tell. And then Adrian De La Rosa. Very high jumping reach. 6'4". What about Leipzig? He's only 18 actually. Would he be... We can actually hold off on him. He's only just turned 18 too. Antalya Sport. What about Istra, dude? Yeah, they're sort of okay. Plus, a lot of them are sort of in that 20 age bracket, and that can be a bit of a pain unless they need to have a bit more I'm good now about them for me to be really interested in at that point. Like the guys we signed today. He's a bit more expensive. Holy shit. That's a lot of money. Booze. There was some breeze. I reckon it could easily be a Dutch surname. Mikey Moore? Apparently Mikey Moore is... Why does that come up? I presume his middle name is like Boris or something. Mikey Stephen Danny Moore. That's a lot of... They all just feel like different first names, which I guess is what middle names are in a way, but they all feel like... Still none the wiser as to why Booze has come up, though. How bizarre. Rubenevich. Here it comes. I do okay. So it's mostly just because I handle stress better than I used to. Not through anything I have personally done, of course. Douglas Walter Al, but hey, it just means that if you want to sort of... It means if your mum, for example, uses your full name, then that means you know how much of in trouble you are. Quite a few of my friends actually have those double barrel, not double barrel, but like double middle names. I'm a single middle name haver. It sounds like 3 different siblings of the same family. That's a great point, yes. So Saka is still at Arsenal, 35 these days. Lost a yard or two of pace, but ultimately he's so technically gifted it clearly doesn't matter too much for him. 500 Premier League appearances for him and 184 goals. That's crazy. Second yellow card. No, it is. It's Matthew, second yellow card, James, card. That's the one. Last time we did that. You got to extend the name as long as you can. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's very few double-barreled surnames that don't feel like they should be followed by MP, let's be honest. I'm trying to think if there are any at all. Oh, it's actually Valenciennes. What's good is this is the SAS 26 skin matters. I'm trying it out. It's SAS's first go back around and making skins again. So I'm giving it a go today on the newest version of the game, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, honestly. It feels light. Is the best way to describe it. It feels like it's not... Not that Mr. Teeny skin was heavy in any way either. It just feels... I can see the 5-star PA in it, you know? So that's Mohamed Kone. That wasn't what you said at all. That's because I typed the name in wrong. I'm assuming it was not this guy, right? No. Oh, he came from a team that doesn't even exist anymore. Unfortunately, he doesn't appear to be in the game packs. I'm so sorry about that. Hello, Biggie. Is it afternoon already? Bro. So I've got OBS full screened to try to allow myself to see more of the chat, but that does mean that I can't see the clock. So forgive me for that. Unfortunately, it looks like we've got not any Jacob Borgnesses either. We are sans them. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Forgive me for that. Yeah, I realise that's not news. Basically, there should be a guide with it, Mutters. It installs the same way as any other FM skin, basically. There's just less files that you need to copy over this time around, which is nice. Country development still static. Yeah, it's static. That would be something I would really like to see change, but currently that is very much a static attribute. It always feels like it's right there to be really cool, but yeah. The heat's not too bad. It's 28 in here right now, as you can see, which frankly feels absolutely fine. Yesterday was lovely. I was wearing a blanket while Pock and I were watching some YouTube last night. Installing it earlier that didn't work. Define didn't work, I guess. Like, what happened that meant you knew that it didn't work, I guess. But yeah, it's actually totally fine. Plus, we're going to get some, like, much cooler weather next week anyway. Just one random day. Jacob Hammond Chambers Borgnies. Triple-barreled name is... You've got to have something to back that up, you know? Not anyone can get away with a triple-barreled name. Martin Sabag. Okay, he's 18. We're scouting him. Christ! Has he got like a potential? No, he doesn't. Right, should we just sign him? Why on earth would I not have signed this guy already? I guess he's probably on our scouting list or something. I just not got round to signing him. Christ on a bike. He's insane. Even if we end up paying like £4 million, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine. He could be crap. He could be on the bottom end of all of these, but I think he's worth the find out. I've got the meat thermometer on the desk still. Pog and I haven't done a lot of cooking this week on account of me working way too late, and I do need to apologise to Pog for that because it's not great. I try to avoid it. I promised Pog this year that as in calendar year, that I was going to try and find more of a work-life balance, and I've tried to, generally speaking, done quite well at that, but sometimes it just slips like crazy. Oh, it's all the way back. Slipping off the radar a little bit there. Yeah, yesterday was gorgeous. Didn't even get out yesterday particularly, but I managed to go for a run this morning, which was lovely. Went down and tried to see the geese. I saw a flock of Canada geese coming down the river, but there was a single grey lag goose there as well, trying to blend in. I don't think anyone was buying it, but he was doing a good job. Didn't see any goose babbies today, though, sadly. Can I maybe bring up a second teamer? Or under 19 squad, or whoever the fuck is around as well that might potentially get a move up to the big team, because we've got another spot available in the team. And I feel like it should be going to someone who's got decent PA and is sticking around still. But a lot of these guys are under 21 players, so they wouldn't need to be registered, would they? Actually, that wouldn't make any difference, because if they're in those squads, they're not young enough. They're young enough to not need to be registered anyway. Hello, Mushroom Man. How are you? How's Mushroomette? Or Shroomette? Yeah, I think I might need to verify my game files as well, because with the amount of changes I've made to them over the months, I think I just need to verify it. Quick question for those of you that have done that. It doesn't remove face packs or anything, or mess about with any other thing in the documents folder, does it? It just changes the C drive or wherever you've installed files, like the standalone stuff. Because if that's the case, then I'll happily do that, and I think I need a clean install of that anyway, because it has got a bit murky as of late. I feel like this guy might be a bit of a trap, but his attributes look so good, and I'm willing to take a punt on him to find out. Love to see it. Looks Tim is alone. Amazing. Right, cool. That was all I was concerned about. Because I haven't done it for a very long time. The last time I did the verify game files thing was when we had that glitch with the Tromsø save, when SI had to fix it for me themselves. All of the player faces went bright red and looked like demons. It was one of the most bizarre bugs I'd ever seen. A real life silly goose, exactly. I was also hoping to see some river cows, but sadly there were none today. Pog sees them all the time, which was, frankly, I can't stand it.
Fiona!
Why does she get to see the river cows and I don't? Tis own progress? Hang on. How is bro already making progress? It's good to see, I guess, but he's been here a day. Aki FPS, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, friend. Who do you support? She's never once been fed her entire life. Bloody babies. Always complaining. I'd send her back, honestly, at that point. She's defective. You pull this out again. Oh, God, what is it? It very much has been delayed this week. First, it was Monday, but then Monday... Actually, Monday was never really going to be because it was bank holiday. Tuesday, though, stream was streaming. Then I was working until like 7 o'clock on Tuesday, trying to get stuff done after that. Yesterday, I worked till 8 o'clock. So again, no Tesco shop. And then today, I finished stream. I'll do a couple of little bits of bobsies, and I'm just gonna be done. It's gonna be nice. I'll do some like housework actually, because got to stay on top of these things, right? Transfer taxes are still lost. Or maybe the bug just means that you're not allowed to win. You didn't think about that, right? Finally, we're on a fixture. Things you'll love to see. I forgot we were actually playing a game on deadline day. So, let me see who's actually available for this game. Because the bench obviously will... Actually, the bench won't need to have a space in it this time. Well, will it? Because it will be slightly different. So, is anyone back in the team now? So, I moved a couple of guys up, which is absolutely fine. Naeem... Kowalski was injured, and he's probably still not really fresh to start yet. John, Manor, Steinbergen. I'm going to give Jakub another go, because I really like what he's operating in there. Which means these two get to keep their spots, for the time being at least. Actually, wait. Do I bring Jens in? Is Jens around? I'm sure he's there. He must be, right? Hang on. Jens? Is he injured or suspended? Forgive me 1 second, friends. Can anyone else see Jens? He's DM. He's literally DM. That is the closest I've ever come to losing my pencil, only to find it behind my ear. Oh, God. I wish I was doing this on purpose. At least then I can pretend I'm doing it for the content. I'm just a fucking idiot. Oh. Yeah, me and Marta were just too much of this, you know? Stealing on my players. No wildlife, just trees and dog walkers. We had a shitload of tits in our garden last night. Like, so many of them. I think Pog and I on Saturday might go out to the garden centre and buy some, like, bird feeding stuff, because I'd like to get some more burbs in the garden. Tits everywhere. Genuinely. It's like about 10 of them. It was great. Right. So where's Jens? Okay, I'm going to bring Yenzi back in then, maybe. From where he... No, I can't. I've got to put Yenzi there, haven't I? In that case, I think the squad's kind of just picked itself at this point. So, if you missed it earlier, little tweak to the out of possession. Don't know how well this is going to work, but we're going to find out, I suppose. We can find out together. And Jakub, I think, has looked okay. Lucinio was the one player that was putting up crap ratings in the squad, despite everything else. So I figured I'd give this other guy a go. Squad selection view. I think this is basically the default one, Pacey, right? I might have added a column to it, but I don't believe I have. I'm honestly not sure this is any different to the default one. Oh, I didn't realise there was more. Oh. I should use this more often. What does this do? Ah, okay, I see. I like that. What does that expand? Oh! Why have I never used... I feel like the update is weirdly making me investigate more things than I would have done before. For some reason. Is exactly that. It absolutely is. There's many of them. Not shout out to the blue-footed boobies too. Goated bird. Right, let's go. Liverpool away. We won at Liverpool away last year. Oh wait, I've got an extra sub spot. Why am I not using it? Who do I want? Tomashevic? Yeah, go on. He's back. And in Pog form. Let's go. Oh, I see you. I forgot that you used to change some of the defaults around. It's really good. It's almost like... I feel like I've made changes to it, but then I realise you've just made changes to it, which is exactly what I would have liked before anyway. Love it. Haaland's cousin drama. Oh, is that why people were looking at Haaland's cousins? Hang on, let me just... Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a little disrespectful to the club, I suppose. I've been trying to, like, pump the team up before matches now, and it doesn't seem to be working all that well, unfortunately. Right, there we go. This save is in the beginning of the 12th season, Biggie. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now. So, season 12, Polish top flight, otherwise known as the Extra Klasa, which is a batshit league in real life as well, and FM does a great job at modelling that. We started in the second tier, but Wisła are a historically massive side in Poland. So, the first season it should be somewhat of a formality because you are expected to win, which we did. We lost our first 2 league games and then went unbeaten for the next 32 games and won the league. And since then, we've actually won the title every single year in the top flight. The first year was just ridiculous. We won it as a newly promoted side just out of nowhere, which was strange. But that's the sort of story of that. We also won the Champions League in the 7th season of the save, somehow, after coming from behind against Arsenal in the final in the 90th minute. We then got back to the final the following year, but lost to Spurs in that final. And in the next 3 seasons, we got knocked out of the Champions League at the round of 16 phase. Oh, yeah, no! How's he cleared that? How in the hell has bro done that? What the hell? Don't know why it flagged that one. Sorry about that, right, Van. I actually do use full matches sometimes, but only ever in cup finals. So when I do like Champions League finals, we play them on full match. I suit up the whole shebang. Imagine if we'd been in a final on Tuesday. I would have been like the Wicked Witch of the West, mate. Bad times. It would have been wicked. So I feel like you don't need to use full matches to check tactics, but oh my goodness, look at the peppering. Look at the state of this. But I feel like playing on comprehensive, or even dynamic the way that it is these days, can be a really good way of testing tactics. Usually when I'm building a tactic initially, like for the very beginning of a save, that's when I'll play on a lower highlight setting. But once I'm kind of content with it, then I'll move it up to key just for the purposes of progression more than anything else. It's nice, isn't it? I do wish the latest scores thing was a bit bigger. But other than that, I do like how... I like it. I like this bringing back as well. Like, I never use this, but it's just... Weirdly, I'm kind of happy to see it back. I don't know. I like the sort of chances we were creating there. It's annoying that we missed them, but I think Liverpool's goalkeeper was just absolutely killing it there. Like we got good opportunities. Everyone's ratings are other than John, weirdly, are looking quite stable in the game so far as well, which is nice. Yeah, so anything that you look that's a bit different, that's because of Saz's skin. Oh, no, he's got knock. Shit. Oh, he's not got an injury, though. I'll give him till half-time and we'll see. Maybe. I'll see if John can get on the ball a little bit. Yeah, he's going quite narrow, and I wonder if we're having the same problem in Europe like we did again. Ah, here we go. Johnny boy, go on, drill it. Oh, he's blocked again! But that's the low crosses, the thing that we've been trying. Potentially. And I think that it encourages that type of play a little bit more than just the cutback nonsense we were getting. The Gooseman! Thank you so much for the 7 months, friend. How is your morning? Doesn't apply. I'm not sure what you mean by it doesn't apply. Because it should... If you put the skin files in correctly, it won't just, like, not apply. It will sort of... The game wouldn't work properly if there was an issue, because it would cause crashes and bugs and stuff like that, I would assume, right? So, the great thing... Weirdly, one of the great things about the new skin system is that... it basically... You know it's not worked because the game will crash, essentially. I think for the most part. I've never had a skin bug go wrong without the game crashing. Agupong here really does need to, like, not be taking steps backwards for some reason there. So strange. Hello, JL9. Variable in his opinion of their CA ability potential rather than figures will be different. Yes. So, let me think about this again. The variable is his opinion of their... Yeah, so that's exactly it. So, but obviously, in order to actually test the fact that the quality differences were there, I had to be able to see what their actual ability was. So the one thing I didn't show in the video, maybe would have been a good idea, would be if I'd actually showed the star ratings of the players combined with the values. So you could see, because some of them he was rating at like 3.5 star PA when they were actually like 190. And I noticed that the better DOF seemed to be closer to the accurate answer as well. Surely you can show you. I don't know what I'm... Mutters, forgive me, I don't exactly know what I would be showing you, because it really is a case of copying 4 files into a folder, and that is the only thing you have to do. And I realise that that is still not like something that everyone just knows where to do that kind of stuff, but I'm not sure what I would do that you already haven't at that stage. Did you unpack the files at least? Because that... You can't just put the zip file in there, maybe. Must you not do it? No, you don't touch the other files. You just overwrite the 4 existing files, basically. So there are... I don't know, there's like 100 files in there. You just overwrite the existing ones. Maybe make a backup of them, but honestly, you could re-verify if it went wrong. Combination of both. Yeah, so his opinion is more accurate, but he also brought through different players, and on average, the players he brought through were also of a higher quality. So I guess it's it's a two-pronged attack. So you get better players in there, and you get a more accurate viewpoint of whether those guys that he shows you are any good. But I think I did a very bad job at that exact thing that you pointed out there, so I completely understand the confusion. Font change. I think it has, but I think it's been changed back to default, and I actually quite liked the default font. Oh. Show the man a good time. Well, now that I can do. I mean, maybe not here, because we still underperformed our XG a lot here, but I feel weirdly more content with it for some reason. It's hard to explain. The types of chances we're creating just feel a little bit less like low quality ones. We've had less shots, but more XG. That's the thing that I kind of wanted to see. We're creating a higher quality of chance than we were before. And I think, but notice as well, with the screening central midfielders, they're sitting a bit deeper now, and it's meaning that Liverpool, it would have been really easy before with them both pressing up to bypass the press so easily. Now, they still get through it occasionally here, but it's a lot more compact in these areas. That's annoying. Oh, it's offside. We're fine. Dom, thank you very much for the raid, friend. How was stream? 119, you love to see it. Montparnasse has been okay in this game. Gomez has looked all right. We've certainly laboured at the start of the second period, but we've defended much nicer, I would say. Agapong's not really been forced to do a lot. Naeem is still looking a little bit tired because of that injury, I think. Hurtadal. I do have Lucinho here, who could come off the bench in that role, potentially. Maybe offers a bit more defensive stability there. John's been good, but maybe it's time for Alvarez. Freshen those things up. Montparnasse. Where's Molsky boy? Actually, Abradovic. No, I think Molsky. Abradovic can at least play striker, which means you'd like the out-of-possession vibes. And Gomez maybe for... Maybe this game needs a Vanetti. But Duru did play well last game. Screw it, I'll give it a go. 90% the same. No, I did try to get as big enough sample size as I could. So at the time, I didn't know how to use the player extraction Bepinex plugin thing. So had I been able to do it over again, I would have been able to extract the full data properly. But what I was doing was I was literally copying and pasting stuff into an Excel spreadsheet, or rather a Google sheet, because I couldn't do it. Oh shit, that's an annoyingly good pass. And so it was a little bit janky, whereas now I've got access to better tools that will allow me to do more stuff with that because of Bepinex. But I do have to turn Bepinex off every time I want to stream, because it is a bit of a chugger sometimes. It has a habit of slowing your PC down quite a bit, I find. Wow, the second half has really just dithered away into very little, unfortunately. I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, we'd probably take a 0-0 draw at Liverpool, but it feels like this is the kind of game where there's been chances to get the dub. And I would hate to lose this game, despite everything else, given that those options in the first half for us were just too powerful, right? And this is nice. Now build it up. Or just clubber it long to... What is he doing there? Why did he do that? Oh, Christ. This is going to be squared across for a tap-in, isn't it? Great save from Agyapong. That's more like it. That was some actual goalkeeping. He was called into action. He was needed to do something, and he actually pulled out an absolute worldie of a stop there. Wow. I can't believe I'm saying this, chat. Our goalkeeper did something, and it was good. And to be fair, that's 1-0 to him, because he's not done anything wrong yet in goal for us either. This is looking like it's going to dwindle into a bit of a dull 0-0 in the end, but the chances were there in the first half. They just didn't really materialise for us in the second period, unfortunately. Player rec screens. Player rec screen will have the same view on it, as far as I know, that... The view that's on the player rec screen should be the same one that was in the Mr. Teeny screen, because it was Saz that built that view in the first place. You just have to find the right one, I believe. Frustrating not to win. But this feels like the type of game that we'd have lost last season because of that exact chance that they had right there. Sucks that we didn't score, though. That first half was definitely... I don't know what happened in the second period. They must have changed something, and we just didn't have the answers for it, unfortunately. But it's not the end of the world. Okay, with that. Yeah, it's all under scout position. This is what you get. That's... I don't know what screen that's on, but it's not the right view, basically. Because you can't actually edit the views themselves in the game. You have to actually edit a specific one, and the one that Saz used to build it off of was scout position. And it's actually... The one thing I will say, Saz, is that I was missing the knowledge level on that screen. And I liked seeing that information just because it allowed me to know who I needed to rescout and who I didn't. Maybe it is in there and I'm just being an idiot, to be fair. That was the one thing I was like, A drill with more instruction, you say? I've never tried anything like that. I wouldn't know what to say. Hello, Kidan. Nah, fair enough, Saz. I realise this is your first... This is why I'm being like, these are little things that I'm noticing that I think would be cool little things if you could change them. Just little things like the lone screen being not full screen, but just bigger because of how that is sometimes. But we don't need to worry about that right now because that's not actually something that's going to interfere with us currently. Was there any other... Oh, there wasn't any other Polish sides playing today. I feel like I wasn't even paying attention to that. Because, yeah, it's like, for example... Being able to see, like, the knowledge level was super useful on this screen. It does feel... I think it's just because the fonts have changed. It looks really nice. I think you have added some cool stuff in here too, to be fair. And, weirdly, I haven't had that bug where it disappears all the players since I've been using it. Now, that might be that it coincides with the skin itself. I like that the game says Liverpool hold out for a draw. That shows you how good we were, that they were the ones that had to hold out for the draw there. We take that. Are we still on deadline day? Or is it past now? No, it has passed now. Top 3 leagues for FM? It depends on what you mean, right? Like, do you mean top 3 leagues that I like to manage in, or it's... I do so few saves overall that it's usually just whichever league I'm currently managing. And Poland is genuinely very fun, though, because the rules are quite relaxed. There's lots of fun teams, lots of names that are difficult to pronounce, which is a nice challenge. Right, Wednesday. Which is presumably what everyone else is playing. Siri Chi? Yeah, if you're a newbie to the game, maybe avoid Siri Chi. Unless you are a masochist. And that's fine too. We don't kink shame here. We have a player called Kink. That isn't even a joke. It's a kink. So, what do we get here? Oh, as if Gornik Jabja got Tbilisi. Jagiellonian got Son Etienne. They have to win that. That's the most... Oh, and Radomir... This is some winnable games here. I tell you what. Go on, lads. Do us proud. Radomir just won 3-0 away from home. Get in. Are you joking? You muppets. How have they done that then? Wait, can I not click into these? FM, hi? What's happened here? Are you not able to... What? That doesn't feel like a skin thing. That feels like an FM thing. Can you not go into matches from this screen anymore? One sec, chat. I'm just going to save the game in case. Sadly, no. Why on earth would they change that? Things like that baffle me. Like, in what world is that a good change? No, I realise that wouldn't be a you thing. That feels like an FM thing. Bespoke indeed. Can you at least go and do it from here? You can. No, they fixed the soft lock bug for that. I was told that that was going to be fixed in the patch. That is really annoying. Bear in mind that when I got soft lock, that wasn't even from that screen. I got soft lock because I went to the schedule page like I just did there. That's so silly. Okay, do you know when people talk about immersion and FM, right? And one of the biggest issues being immersion. Taking away things like the ability to go into matches directly from the things you see in front of you, that's the epitome of the opposite of what people want. If anyone from SI is watching, that right there, shit like that, is the opposite of that. It's silly stuff. But Radomiak at top of the board, which is awesome, with a 3-0 victory, great result. Marabezi is just a goat. Yagalonia losing to a San Etienne is kind of shit, actually. But, so the 2 years that we've had 3 teams in Champions League with us, we had 32 points between them, 27 last year. What are we saying for this year? Obviously, we've already got 3 on the board for them. I reckon 25. Because I feel like it's going to be less, but I also feel like some of these are going to surprise each other, although that concerns me. No, we didn't win the Champions League last season, unfortunately. We, would you believe it, got knocked out of the round of 16 for the 3rd consecutive season. It's just burying things with clicks. I just really hope that a lot of that stuff for 27 is going to be relating to the immersion stuff, because I feel like you would solve so many people's problems with the game by just improving that stuff. It would... Oh, Vanya Mojsic. Kurt Raid's gone on loan to Portimonense. How strange. Yeah, give me the around the world news stuff. Give me all of that jazz. It would be like, bring me to this page way more and make it so that it shows stuff that's relevant and not just to like, good lord. And the fact is, it's so, just show me more of this stuff and have these things go across the top. Like, when this is here, have more than one thing going around in here. Bombard us with data, right? Let me turn it off if I want, but like, yeah. We really have missed before, so it's been crazy. Same round, last 3 seasons. At least we finally won a game at that round. What a Ferrari that I'll never see. Hey, you should get that new electric Ferrari, what they announced. I saw a TikTok about it, and they were showing off the filling cap thing, and I'm thinking, I don't know, lads. If that's the part that you're showing to people as like the big deal, then I think you might have oofed slightly here. Silly peoples. Any fun results in there as well? Hello, Dave. Yeah. Tell me when Merck's players retire. Actually mean that the keep history after retirement button keeps history after retirement too. That'd be sick, wouldn't it? The fact that it doesn't is still... The button just still doesn't work. That's why we've lost so many Patreon regions, because you can't keep track of them so easily. There's a Napoli player called Arsene Matip. Wait, what? Must be first team squad, right? Presumably. Yes, there is. Arsene Matip. Napoli have a player called Arsene Matip. Good work, lads. Well played. England team at the World Cup. Squad selection is extremely questionable. I think the squad selection, it lives or dies on the tactical setup of Tuchel, right? I think it goes one of 2 ways. There is no middle ground here. Either it's lose a final or a semi-final, or it's knocked out in the group stage because you can't score against bad teams. I don't think there's any world in which it's in between. The doctor was what I think. Do you know who you should consult with? Dr. Johan. He would know the answer to that question. Oh, that feels snappier. I feel like spacebar spamming before. It felt like the game was lagging when I was pressing it, whereas now it feels like I can actually spam through them. That's nice. It's taking me back to watching Aaron at the FIFA World. Oh, that's really nice. Ooh, it does feel like they've definitely done some optimization-y bits in the background to just general pace of menus. Although it seems like other menus have got slower in the meantime. Anything that involves your squad in some manner, that seems to be now like a lumbering aircraft carrier. But other menus in the game are like lightning. It's great. To Germany, maybe, yeah. I am excited for it though. I feel I'm getting World Cup fever. I can feel the temperature rising, as you can see above my head. I'm ready for it. Right, this is... So, another fun thing. Why do I need to know what the game today is? I'm in the literal match selection for the game today. This, to me, should tell you what the game next is. Or allows me to show the... Like, click that and it pops up your next 5 fixtures or something. Why are you telling me what game I'm in the game? It's a bit like you're at the stadium and there's a bit thing like saying, hey, do you need directions, lad? Are you going to get there on your own? Mauricio Penis is still the best name this year for sure, though. Okay, so I'm going to back out of this now to figure out what the next game is, which is Newcastle in the Champions League. So now I know that we do need to rotate for this match. You think it was the World Cup? Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. I need to move those up to the first team, don't I? Good shout. Yeah, no, not hard to know who you need to know who you're playing against. To be fair, maybe people were just forgetting. Perhaps, I don't know. So it's there again. Oh, that clicks me. Silly peoples. Right, let me get into the... get ready. Oh, no, it loaded that time. Oh, it's because I've got them all missing. That's why. Right, where is he? Or was he in the 19 squad? I thought about potential. No, that won't do it, will it? It will have to be that. So it's Tizone and Morrison. Get those guys to the first team. It will technically say that they're unavailable, but they actually aren't. Also PSG. I think PSG, personally. But Arsenal done well to get there, but I just think PSG will have too much for them. Arsenal might get a goal. I think it'd be interesting to see if Arsenal score first. That could be interesting, because then they will have nothing else to do. Oh. Japan. Japan is... Wait, is Matoma not in the squad? Or is he injured? I'll be... He hasn't joined us yet, unfortunately, mister. If you missed it last stream, we found a player whose name, quite literally, was Brighton Hove. Wild. Okay, let me... Next match only. Carlo Sano. Carlo Sano. Is he the guy from NEC? Ginger would know. I hope I got this right. Right, full rotation. Marion. Wow. It's weird seeing him as full rotation. And then... I guess Alvarez. Molsky's in. We'll start Morrison. Where's Morrison gone? And then... Is Tizone able to play in there, maybe? Or was he not like that role? Maybe he can't play any deeper than that. That's fine. We'll get Kowalski in for a game too. We need to get some match fitness back anyway, so this will be a good chance to get that. Arsenal's previous 2 rounds. Really? Crash after doing that. Oh, really? Okay. To be fair, I rarely click this anymore because the screen it takes you to is very unhelpful these days. If this was like F24, I used to use that for so much moving around the screens because it would take you to the transfer status screen. It kind of does. The problem is you can't do anything on that screen. And you have to then go into the transfer thing anyway, so it sort of defeats the point. We did do Liverpool Fantasy. No, you're right. So I completely forgot we were... It's because we didn't do it last stream. There won't be too much to get out, I wouldn't have thought.
In most of your cases. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah, Brazilian Fury. Chris, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I swear I saw... Oh. This is what it was. Right. I'm sure this isn't you, but I was listening to a hockey podcast the other day, and they had a super chat from someone who was called Brazilian Fury. And I was like... My brain... I was just running along, and I heard it. I was like, wait, I know that name. This was presumably like a YouTube super chat thing, but yeah, it just threw me. Right, let's go. If it was an Avalanche pod, yeah, it was DMVR. So that was you. Nice. Yeah, it was DMVR. Well, I just thought, what are the odds? Small world, eh? Let's see. Let me dump those things in for us. I don't think we got too many in that game. We got the clean sheet, but I don't know if we got man of the match, did we? No, their goalie rightfully got man of the match. You know AJ? No way. That's awesome. Wasn't a happy podcast. Do you know that one? I can't remember which podcast it was. It might have been after game 1 with Vegas, or it might have been one of the no, it wasn't one of the pre-game ones. I suspect it wasn't super happy. No. So clean sheet, yes. Apply the points. Love to see it. Who actually got loads of points in that game? Oh, Steinbergen probably did quite well there, didn't he? I love how many of you have captained Steinbergen. That's brave. I like it. The league rules. Yeah, it's just it's that sort of stuff that I think if they clean it up, we'll win a lot of goodwill back for a start. Okay. I'm weirdly just going to save this before the game because I've not instant resulted a match since the update, and I just want to make sure we don't lose anything in case there is anything there. Rock 10, thank you very much for the follow. Game 5 versus Minnesota, of course it was, yes. Before we decided that we weren't actually a hockey team anymore, I couldn't believe... I was listening to the one today, the sort of post-mortem, and I just don't think that sacking Jared Bender is going to be a helpful thing to do at this point. Very happy after the Minnesota one, Jesus. But I'm curious to see what Kale's injury is. Bit worried that the match progress screen showed up at the... We love a 0-0, do we? Okay, that's fine. See, wouldn't it be great to be able to click into the match from there? But no, FM's like, you can't do that anymore. That's illegal. So their goalie... But our goalie... Oh, Marion even had a good game. Holy shit. Heller's frozen over. Even as a rotation option, Marion did okay. What if Morrison... Oh, Morrison did not have a good game, unfortunately. Not that it matters, because you won't have him in fantasy, because we hadn't signed him at the time. Right, back we go. Grab that. Get that in there as well. Put that in there in the background. A couple of 0-0 draws to get us started. That's how you know it's good. I think a lot of people were for obvious reasons, but I hope if they do go all the way that Mitch kind of does win the Conn Smythe, I think that would be quite funny more than anything else. But I think Carolina are going to need to they're going to need to do the world of hockey a big favour, I think. Clean sheet again. Don't know how many of you even had these guys in your teams, to be fair. Yeah, you think that by now they'd have told you, given that I guess some teams don't tell anybody, do they? But still. Better defensive done. Yeah, I think that and just not getting a lot out of people like Brock Nelson. It's bizarre. I think we definitely have got to, at the very least, we've got some good-ish younger players on some nice contracts, which will certainly help. Like, I think I want Brindley to play more of a role next year. Oh. This is the thing that's kind of from the World Cup mode, isn't it? Which I always ignore for this because I don't want to touch this stuff. But that, if that is new, don't hate that. That could actually be something that we could investigate a bit more. I like that. 2 extra playoff spots. Yeah, we talked about that when it came through. I'm just not a fan of the extra playoff spots thing in the championship because I just feel like every day we stray further from God. And by that, I mean every day we stray further from the good teams at the top being rewarded. And I feel like, obviously, you know, with lower leagues as well, especially when it's promotion relegation on the line, I don't know, it just feels weird to me. Right. What did I just press there? I feel like I was about to do something and I've already forgotten what it... yes, Europa League. We would have already had that now. So there's been... Fixtures have happened. But Piasklevica have won their... 8 goals. That's the playoffs. Right, league phase. Piasklevica won their game against Djurgården 3-0. Love to see it. I'm guessing, since we're not seeing any more points for Poland here, that the others didn't. Legia lost. At home to at least be someone good. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Why? That's Mulder. This is the screen I was actually looking for. I'm sure they're in here. They are in here, right? Oh, please don't tell me that they've now started truncating what it shows. If they've actually done that too, because maybe they are here and I'm just overreacting. But I'm convinced that it's not showing the full spectrum of the matches that were played on this page anymore. Give us a different day. Well, apparently they've played it. Unless they played on Wednesday, maybe. Maybe you're right. You know what? I take it back. They did play on a Wednesday. That's really weird for the Europa League, but that is exactly what happened. Phew, panic over. They lost anyway to Juve. They lost to Juve. That's okay. I forgot that they have that weird thing, don't they? There's no Europa Conference League yet. But, a few points on the board. You can filter jobs. You love to see it. Thank God for that. At the very least, we've got that. Actually, that'd be really useful for those of you that are doing things like journeyman saves, because not being able to filter jobs would have been disastrous, honestly. Let's have a little day. Look up for Albion. See if there's any players called Albion. There is Albion Goshi, Albion Hassani, Albion Sula, Albion Tresnitsky. I guess it's probably in the sort of cost of a name pool, isn't it? There's actually quite a few Albions. And then obviously got our boy Brighton Hove, who hasn't actually quite joined us yet. But he will. In time. I think it's probably a good time to jump into the game at this stage, because I feel like we're unlikely to get... Although apparently we are getting another patch, aren't we? Because there'll have to be another patch to do with that license thing. So maybe there'll be like one more patch. Why are Porto buying a player in... Damn, their window goes long. Oh, I forgot we had Zlatan as a scout. Right, let's check this out, actually, see how this works for us today. Because I've not encountered the bug with the disappearing players since I moved to the update. So I'm hoping they fixed it. Well, that's a good sign. But yeah, it's at this point is where I'd normally go and look at their sort of how well scouted we have them. A few Spaniards in there. Estimate transfer values a lot more. It's weird looking over that side of the screen. I guess I get to look at the teams. He's interesting. Fiorentina and Real Madrid are a bit out of our price range. Martin Tomovic, 17 years old. They say last resort, but he's all right. Another patch in June. Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. Hopefully there's more stuff in that then. He's a realist. I'm just unsure. I might just send them all around again to scout. I might just hold off on scouting until we actually get that back in there, because it's so difficult to tell. Look in the World Cup squad. Have they not all announced them yet then? It's crazy that they haven't, given how close... Why are Porto trying to buy all my players? Given how sort of close we are to the tournament now. Has everyone finished at least announcing their kits? Because when Tony and I were looking through the kits in the Patreon episode last week... Oh, it's a loan offer. Even then, they still hadn't done them all. Best date for young freebies to loan funds. So I find, Wagwan, that the 10th of July has been quite good. For me, specifically. It probably is just random, but it's been slightly better than I was expecting. So maybe try 10th of July. Doesn't filter, just shows available jobs. It shows every job. Oh, good God. So you... Really? That's super dumb. It seems as well like clubs are more willing to bid on players that are not at your club. So these are all loanees, and they tend to be... They're rarely bid on that much, are the loanees. Just to clarify, you are on loan, right? Yeah, okay, I'm definitely not going to sell you then. £23 million is quite a lot, actually. Yeah, Porto are just really after Danhard, it would seem. And Sorrow, both of which I will not be selling to them because they're both out on loan and doing great stuff for the loan farm. But it's quite cool to see. Are they both at Gorni? No, he's at Piaskovica. So they're both at European challenging sides as well. So how many saves have you done then, Big Berto? Because I actually don't have that many. I've literally had the beta save with Slavia, this save, and I played obviously that Plymouth one for a little bit while I was thinking about doing that thing. But and the next one I'll probably likely have will be for that other thing, which I'm hoping to start soon. Let's calm down a little bit. I guess it's the ones with the less major brands, right? Corson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Who do you support? Let us know. A whimsy fan. I've been prone to being a whimsy ultra. Into Danhausen. I feel like I've heard that name before. Do tell me. Explain more. All the World Cup kits. Ah. Oh. Fine, you can have your cookies. That's terrifying. Have you guys seen the goalkeeping kits for the Nike club, Nike teams? I don't know if it's the first choice kits or whatever, but some of those are truly incredible. The France one, I was having a pants crisis over it. It was that good. Right, what we got here? Anything fun? No, actually, wow. They've separated us. They keep us apart. So everyone's back, which means I think the bench will largely stay the same, although I could next match it again, so we at least get an extra bench option with someone like an Augusto. Why not? Gomes, Carlos, Momper. Kowalski actually, I said he got one. Kowalski has no assists this season, which is weird. And Jens has no goals or assists, which is weird too. Okay, Newcastle, I think we're at home this time at the very least. So that might help. So Wrestlers puts curses on opponents. He also drives out the ring in a coffin on wheels and has a laugh with a cloning machine. I love wrestling gimmicks. It is just fun, isn't it? It's just fun. Wrestling didn't seem as fun back when I was watching it back in the day. Went straight to Worlds. So his legs can't be that bad then if he's at Worlds, right? Because isn't Macklin Celebrini captain at Worlds? Which I kind of like in a weird way. I also saw that video of Mac walking around wherever the Worlds was based, absolutely off his face with his mate. He's a kid, let him have fun. I think Celebrini is so good for the sport. Jorge Campos. Yeah, but this is the thing, Mongol. These Nike ones feel a little bit like that. They're not quite as like out there, but there are still some really lovely designs, especially the France one. The Dutch one's kind of cool on the back. The English one and the United States ones are pretty dope. Or position instructions. I tend to just let my assistant do that a lot of the time. And just kind of go with whatever he wants. I have experimented with them in the past. But I think if you're playing a tactical style where you really want to do a lot of pressing, you could just have a default instruction of just pressing every player all the time. And maybe that would give you some joy. But I haven't... I feel like it's marginal gains. You're probably not going to see too many gains out of it, but there is a certain... It's more one of those situations where I would dive into a bit more. If I'm struggling in a match, I'd maybe look at them a bit more. Okay, that's a nice... Oh, he's got a bit... Shit. Go on, get a block in. Yes, look at that from Steinbergen. My guy. I think that's good. That's kind of good captain... Good leadership from Sid, actually. Making sure that it's not just a token thing and that, you know, Mac is... obviously valid of it. He's going to be insane. Unsupervised how well. Yeah. So, basically, it was just me and TJ on the pod last week. So... we decided to have a nice time. I actually think on the main pod we were quite on topic, to be fair. Just a bit more room for silly tangents. Now the intro. Unfortunately, Rob, it was yet more of a big mess. In my defense, I was put off by the giant curtain of doom. So, isn't entirely my fault. Newcastle have actually kind of rocked up with hands here. It's interesting that none of the ratings are particularly bad, though. I do like how we're packing out that midfield part, though. Because the people just getting more men behind the ball, and that's should be easily cut out. What? Well, this is about to result in a goal, isn't it? That's a really good save. Holy shit. What's Naeem doing? Bro, the ball's coming at you. Just take it, maybe? Crazy behaviour. We've been kind of poor in this first half, actually. Not really a lot of creativity, unlike the game against Liverpool, which is a much better side, I would have thought, than Newcastle here. But if anything, it's Newcastle that have offered more of a threat. They've got Adam Wharton in their midfield, too. Get Marion on the wing, maybe. This is just going to be that meaningless heart. He said, hey, my hair's shorter than it was. I just didn't blow dry today, so it's feeling a bit more poofy thanks to the air drying. Oh, hello. Go on, set piece them. Ah, yeah. I will not stand for this. Change base. Yeah, I can see why they would have done that. Florian Wirtz, is he? To be fair, at one point, PSG had half the players that you would really associate with Arsenal. They had Declan Rice, and they had, I think, either Jesus or Saliba. I think it was Saliba they had. Still beat him. That was a really odd first half from us. Especially as nobody's done inherently bad either. I think I might switch John to play a bit wider, though, in the second period. Try and get a bit more width on them. Adam Wharton's kind of running the show. Even Montperousse is just kind of there. They're not playing that well either. Just a bit of a mid-performance. The double 0-0s in the Champions League would be somewhat disappointing. Even if it is against quite good teams. Yeah, I'm tempted on Johnny Boy here. Can you... Oh, I thought you could... There was me thinking you could do something cool with that. Ha, silly. Right. Oh, that does work now at least. I think I'm going to have him go wider. And then go outside with the ball a bit more. Try and stretch Newcastle's play a little bit more. Did I say second period? We're going to win an OT, it's fine. Once we get to 3-on-3, we'll have them. Our 3 is better than their 3. Yeah, I'm going to yell at them. Try and fire them up a little bit. Our first 3 games are against Premier League teams, yeah. We play Arsenal after this. Then, thankfully, we get to play Basel. I think we also play No, we don't play Tottenham, do we? It's not a good set of games. Our easiest games are FC Copenhagen and Roma. Roma are a pot 4 side. Famously. I don't know how that's worked, but I guess they've missed out on some Europe for a while or something. Why are they playing it so long like that? Oh, come on. I'm weirdly seeing... Did I change anything to do with passing directness or something? No, I didn't. Okay, that's weird. I noticed that some of our passing is... We're pumping the ball up to Gomez. I guess it's because he's a target forward. And he's not really able to do a lot with it, which is fine. But it feels like we've got more pumpy. Like, oh, slip him in. Oh, he's in. Wait, he's just all the way through. Go on, Christian. This is your moment. You've got to finish this one, buddy. Have that. Wisła 1, Newcastle 0. That is a dreadful goal to concede from Newcastle. But what it does demonstrate is what I was on about with the screening midfielders. We're no longer pressure on the ball as high up the pitch, and it means that we're essentially creating this sort of like a low block type thing, but it's quite a high block, mid block if you will. It's harder to play through us now, and it means that we're kind of just sat there, and it means that we're more likely to be able to pull off interceptions as well, particularly with both of our wider centre-backs. It's a lovely ball through. Awful defending from that centre-back as well. What was he doing? Great finish from Gomez, though. That easily could have missed as well. That easily could have missed. Oh, Hockey Manager, there's a few. There's Legacy Hockey Manager or Hockey Legacy Manager. There's Eastside Hockey Manager. There's one called FHM, but I can't remember what the F stands for. There's an option. There's a lot of them. I've enjoyed them all for franchise. That's it. Don't know what I was about to say. It certainly wasn't franchise. Adam Moore just went in 2-footed there by the looks of it. Right, lads, get back. Don't push up too much. There's so much space through the centre here, but he's run offside now. We should be able to get bodies back. Oh, look at the space in the middle. Oh, what a block! Whoever keeps pulling out those blocks, I think it's Steinbergen again. He's just chefing for us right now. Football Hockey Manager, that's the one, yeah. Now you understand. Right. Naeem's struggling. Maybe as a result of that knock in the last game. For the tactic that we're currently playing, Philip, this one is a very much work in progress. So this one is not in the pack yet. Mostly because I'm likely to change it in about 6 matches, probably. Right. We've got options on the bench. And I actually feel like Molsky, weirdly, even though that's not really what we decided he wanted to do now. Jens has been okay, but I feel like it's time for Jersey. They've been okay. We need some kind of legs there too. John's kind of tired. Fuck it, just freshen them up. NHL license. I don't believe they do, but they've got the same kind of setup as FM where it's so easy to stick in face packs, badge packs, all that jazz. And the league updates work kind of the same way. People like Florida. Surely you don't like Sam Bennett though, right? You've got to draw the line somewhere. Right, win that in the air. Nice. This is better. I'll slip him in. Oh, actually, okay. Gomez is looking a bit... He does have a bit of giraffe on ice about him at times, even though he's not especially tall, which is weird. Right, come on, Alvarez. Drill it in. Oh, he's all the way... Oh, that's a pen. That's in the box. I think Alvarez has just done us a very solid moment there. Away kit is sexy. I thought the England kits were a bit honestly. The away kit is dope. I think that one is in the box. He takes an... I was certain of that one. I was so certain that he looked to be in the box there. Does it actually have it? Wow. The one I've played more of is the Legacy Hockey Manager. We did just get VAR. I swear he was in the box there. Usually those highlights happen when it's outside the box and it's almost never given. But I genuinely thought he was in there that time. While this is at 1-1, it is still a little bit concerning. But hey, we're getting the results. And we've not conceded a goal yet in Europe, which is a good sign. Kowalski. Don't give the ball away here though, lads, eh? Sensible with it. Just use the centre-backs. Oh, sorry. Use Paolo Enrique. Oh, Coffey's taking him on. He's gone through them all. Now low cross across the box. Oh, how is that? This is the type of chance that we weren't getting before. He would always look to cut back around. That's what I was trying to get with the low crosses. And I feel like something they've changed in the update has certainly made it a little bit more feasible as well. We've got to get more shots on target today, but at the very least, as things stand, we look to be getting another very good result in Europe, honestly, with a well-rounded performance, albeit it relied on a mistake from Newcastle, but we took it. We forced them into it. We defended much more stoically. Agapong played well there. They have more shots on target, and he's actually saving them above expected. Oh. Accidental injury of Stars last year. Yeah. If you're making people like Brad Marchand, that's impressive in a way. Look to decide us more. Some of the shit people get away with in hockey is wild. Right, good win for us. It actually very much was. And Momper's poor performance there means, and the thing that's flashing underneath the chat right now for me, means it's probably the perfect time to do VOD comments. I still didn't do the fantasy thing. Shit, we were right on the screen. Don't worry, I will do it after this check-in with the VOD comments. Because, I keep forgetting I've got an alt-tab to it because I'm on, there we go. Right, back to kits. So, because I forgot to do it last time as well, so there's a couple. Imagine your groom speech would happen like your intros. Hopefully it's not like today's intro, where I'm just in the middle of the groom speech and a giant curtain comes over and takes me out. I guess it's good content, right? So actually, both of these two relate to NBA, because I was talking about how I wanted to maybe start getting to NBA a little bit more, since I feel like it's the closest thing that I would enjoy, like hockey in the same kind of way. It moves quite fast, I suppose. It's not a stop-start as the NFL or baseball is. Although at least baseball's got the shot clock now. And the mention of the EuroLeague, I had completely forgotten about the EuroLeague. I know nothing about the EuroLeague whatsoever. How does that work? Does it work in a similar way to the NBA? In the sense that, but it's obviously European and it's spread across loads of countries, or is it more like the Champions League? I have no clue, because that actually might be something I'd have to take a little look at. So with regards to this, I think what people forget is that the reason we have Marion is because we did that. Marion was us going out and signing the best goalkeeper we could find in the world, no matter what the price was. And I think ultimately this is not really down to the goalkeepers anymore. I think this is just a tactical thing. And as for the selling of the Spanish Scourge players, the reason that I'm not getting more money from doing it is because part of the reason that we're selling them is because we felt like we had an unfair advantage. So by bidding them up to get even more money out of them, that would be us getting more of an advantage for doing it. So that's the reason I'm selling them for the first bid, and that's why I picked that as the sort of the rule. On top of that as well, think of European leagues. NBA is the Premier League of European leagues. I'm not sure I understand that one. I don't think I'm basketball pilled enough to understand that reference. Oh, fixed. Oh, I see. Right. So now I understand what you mean. So it's got like an established hegemony with like some visiting teams type beat. Ah, okay. 40. Oh, is it really? Okay. I'll have to take a little closer look at it, because I think basically what I need to do if I'm going to enjoy basketball, I just need to watch basketball for a bit, not like looking at teams or anything, just watching games and seeing what I like, because I think that's what's going to do it for me. Is I'll just watch a game and I'll be like, that player's kind of fun for whatever reason, or this team seems kind of cool, and that's probably what's going to making me like a team more than anything else, because I feel like it's hard to enjoy sports sometimes, for me at least, when I'm not rooting actively for someone involved in it, I guess. So maybe that's where maybe I need to give that a look then. Guess the final score of this game. Ooh. I was about to switch to this script. It's giving 2-1 to Vidjev Wodge. I'm feeling it. Hello, Viva. And the rare moment where Matt's doing video comments from the recap, because I saw them before stream and thought, fuck it, why not? Let's deal with these now. So yeah, with Steinbergen, I totally feel like he didn't hurt him as much as we thought, and he's clearly stepped right back up. And I completely agree with the one shot on target, one goal things. That I truly think it's down to the tactical stuff. And I think with the, if we don't succeed with this tactical style that we're running with this year, I think my next tactic is going to be more heavy metal football, more sort of just higher tempo, more direct, just getting balls into good areas rather than trying to be so patient and doing all the tiki-taka build-up. Just, we have loads of chances, loads of shots. We'll give up more chances, but it might just weirdly balance things out underneath, perhaps. And this was why I actually want to bring this up now, because of Montperouse. You're absolutely right. And I think the reason with this is because Montperouse, unfortunately, is one of the few players in FM that's not grown out of his inconsistency. Most players, as they get older, get more consistent, and he may well have done, but it seems like it's stalled out, and he's actually still quite inconsistent as an older player, which means that he seems to put in, especially in larger games, even though he doesn't seem to hate big matches, his like functional CA in game is just lower in those, but he's just such an important player for us outside of that, regularly our top goal scorer, that it's kind of hard to not have in the team, especially with that. So it's trying to put players around him that helps with that, I would think. And obviously Marion was costing us important games last season, but it's important to remember as well that was his first full season at the club, so it wasn't really like a why have we been persisting with this guy for so long type job, because ultimately this was the first year we'd had the goalkeeper in the first place. Hopefully the new guy is going to do better, but at the very least we've got money for Diakite, so there we go. Look at him catching up on the VOD comments. You love to see it. Right, sick. A lot of NBA players won't go for it much. I mean, I guess, but like, bear in mind, I'm watching a sport to enjoy and for an entertainment product. rather than just to purely see the best, right? Because if people didn't want to see, if all people cared about was watching the best players in any given sport, no one would go to non-league games, right? And I have great time going to non-league. The last non-league game I went to, we won 8-1. It was fucking incredible. And it was a charity game too. Well, not a charity game. It was a match where the proceeds went to charity. Round of 16 now. Oh, he was 100% going to as well, isn't he? Yeah. The new guy. Yes, I picked up a goalkeeper on a free transfer, speaking of Saka from earlier, from Braga. And he's absolutely brilliant. So we decided, screw it. What could be... He can't really worse than the guy we had in goal last year, who I spent £60 million on. So I figured we'll start off with Jonathan Agipong this year. 26 years old, Ghana international. He's extremely good. The one thing we like about him is he's a bit more eccentric. And I'm wondering if maybe that's actually a good thing this year, for whatever reason. How is it 1 o'clock? I quite like not having the clock visible. He's a very good player. I'm a big fan of him. Oh yeah, obviously the money in the NBA is absolutely insane. I think I would still like to get an NBA team and watch that, but non-league. I mean, this was talking 9th tier. It's either 9th or 8th tier. I always forget which like tier you're at. I think it's 9th tier. Not quite. Wait, does it get even worse than that? What? Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected. That is absolutely batshit. You were also 5-3 up at 1.2. Which means they must have scored... Oh my god. Your goalie, Mr. Diop there, has done... Were any of the goals like really bad as well? I bet they were. I feel like I'm starting to come around to the idea of sell the goalkeeper, change the tactic. Oh, yes, fantasy points. My bad. Yes. It's so much easier when I do them actually out of the match, but I think we should be okay this time. Except we won't because Coffee. Fuck. Coffee didn't get an assist or a goal, but he did get a rating, so I'll have to give Coffee an extra manual point to add on top of that as well. For once, the backseaters were right. Maybe I should have listened all along, and none of this would have happened. Who am I kidding? I never listen. Or rather, I do, but eventually. It has to sort of break through me, I think. I'm often reticent to changes initially, but then... Once my brain has a chance to actually think about things logically, then it starts to loosen up. I suppose that's the best way to describe the way my brain works when people like try to make me do things. Saying rain in an hour. Ooh. It's going to be warm rain. Warm rain is bizarre. Countries excited to see the World Cup. Honestly, all the new countries for a start. I'm also excited to see Scotland at the World Cup just because that's fun. Right, clean sheet, man of the match. Was Gomez, presumably. Things you'd love to see. Taylor, thank you for the 4 months, my friend. How are you? How's your day going? Let me just give Coffee his extra point. See if this works. He just got... It never used to let me do ratings. It still won't. That's so strange. It must be something to do with the way that I'm using it in Firefox. That it never seems to do the ratings properly. Or does it? Oh, no, I think it does. It just... You press it once for each rating and it does it right. Okay. It just doesn't update the interface. That makes more sense. Now it's taking them both away. I'm so confused by that. Why did it add 2 when I put in a +1 rating? I'm so confused. Right. Put it to 7. That's what I was looking for. Now it goes to 8. I don't understand that. How very bizarre. I think the manual ones are a bit balk sometimes. Right. Go off that. We've got another Champions League game today, which I think is awesome. We're playing only English teams in the Champions League for the entire stream. Gornik just won away at Monaco. Radomiak got a draw at Galatasaray. Amazing. Jagiellonia lose again. They were crap last time. 3-1 win at Monaco. They couldn't beat Dinamo Tbilisi, but they go and beat Monaco. That's what annoys me about them. It's like, just... Ugh. Hey, we'll take it. Best of their life this is. That's awesome. Staying in the National League when it puts to go down, I bet, yeah. Women in the FA Trophy. That's so sick. We were knocked out in the playoffs, unfortunately, after winning the local derby to get our playoff positions to confirmed. We then lost to the same team in the semi-final of the playoffs. It's one-legged at that level. So annoying. We've been in the playoffs the last couple of seasons and also lost a cup final there too. We do a lot of losing, but we did win 8-1 and that was bizarre. What team is that? Ely City. Like 9th tier, so Thurlow Nunn League. So like a couple of steps below Wilston. Well, a few steps below Wilston, in fact. Poaching Filippo Elise from Fulham. Wait, what? New Monaco match. Oh, I It looks like the whole Silva to Benfica thing is kind of a waiting to be gone until Mourinho does bits, right? But bad, but not league. Oh. Ooh. Even, oh wow, we just got, to be fair, there's barely anyone in that squad, so I can't really be angry at them for that. Oh, right, now, before I become silly, because I've actually run out of liquid, I'm going to go grab myself a Holy, because I've got another new flavour to try. You can choose which one, because I've got 4 of them behind me. And, yes, so I'll be back in one moment. I'm going to refill my drinks bottle as well, actually, while I'm there. So enjoy a whiz quiz. If you've not done this one before, the new whiz quiz, then you're going to like this, because hopefully the league table thing remains as well. So I'll be back in just 1 second. You know what to do this time, chat, because you've done it before. So let's see if this works this time. Right then, chat. Let's see if the leaderboard thing actually worked properly. I'll reveal this one for you now. I mean, I imagine you'll get this one quite quickly, and you actually have, in fact. So, oh my goodness, another one in there. Okay, let me just show the leaderboard. So that was off of that one. So Andrew got 2, a couple in there as well. In addition, the all-time leaderboard should... There we go. Oh, I'll have to look into that. Point being, it is actually working now. So we've got an all-time leaderboard on top of that as well. Let's get rid of that and head back to me. What's the buttons? Okay, I'm glad the leaderboard thing was working. I need to adjust the spacing on that a little bit. But I haven't had a chance to do that because I didn't have any data on the leaderboard thing for us. But luckily it's persistent, so it will stay there. Okay. Something quite funny. Obviously, you know I love a bit of vintage. I had obviously been favoriting loads of Av stuff that people were selling. And when I went to the bathroom, I just had a little look on my phone. And like 7 or 8 items had been reduced in price. I'm like, I wonder why. You think, no one's going to want that now. We are at 29 degrees, which is surprisingly high, actually, for today. I was expecting it to be a bit cooler, but this room is very hot because of the computer is right there, which doesn't help. It's a bit of a sucky boy. Right. So, I'll let you choose which holy today, friends. So, I've got... any of these. There's 4 of them. There's Mojito Macaw, Daiquiri Dolphin, which I had last time, Capybara Colada, and Crab Caparina. Or Caparina? Caparina crab, basically. I'm a corporate whore. Hell yeah, I am. Exclamation mark holy. Capybara. It had to be, didn't it? They also have shakers that go along with all of these. I have the crab one. Not the capybara one, but I am tempted to go and buy the capybara one myself because I'll use my own code. In fact, speaking of, if you want to get involved in these are all like cocktail-inspired ones. These ones are energy ones. They're not alcoholic, obviously. That would be mad. Ready for the smoke? He's 6. Ooh. I do indeed. I've joined Clates in the world of crabs. Let's see. So I'm not a huge fan of coconut-related things. So now I'm kind of curious to see if this could make me like that kind of flavor combination. I didn't like matcha either, but I did really like the matcha Misaki one. So who knows? Maybe this will be the thing that changes my mind. Where's my lid gone? The illusion of choice. Yeah, it was always going to be capybara, wasn't it? But also, in addition to that, obviously you can get 10% off with code SYC or 5% off with code SYC5, I believe. And they're giving away stuff with most orders right now. There's like flip-flops and a beach towel I saw on one, which is really kind of cool. And I guess, holy, why have I not got that beach towel? I'd really like that beach towel. So if you want to get involved, please feel free to. Supports the channel, and supports a genuinely cool company who have been really, really good to me. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you who've checked it out so far, which is genuinely an overwhelmingly large amount of you. I'm genuinely been blown away by it over the last few months. Particularly with how Holly have been kind of chill about not like saying that this isn't shit they say to me. They're not like, oh, you have to do that. It's just like, hey, just drink it sometimes and it's all good. And I like it, so I do. Anyway. That is a good point, Saz. Great shout. Too bad. Ooh, it's got kind of greenness to it. Holy Hawaiian shirt. Now that would be good. Yeah, the Fulham one never got released in the end, which makes me kind of sad. My mouse has actually fallen asleep. So long had it been since I touched it. And we'll come back to some print stuff in a minute as well, because I've got to talk to you about some full-time prints, but we'll save that for a moment, because they were obviously sponsoring the YouTube video as well. But they have got a it's a Father's Day special, because it's Father's Day in the UK middle of next month. And I mean, full-time prints make a good gift for your dad if you're unsure of what to get him, to be honest. Not for, perhaps for my dad, as he's, while being a football fan, doesn't support a specific team. It's difficult. I'll get one for my mum, but probably not for Father's Day. No! That's actually so bad. That... He's probably top 3 loan players. And he's done for the year. Oh, that's so bad. ACL. 7 to 10 months. That's probably worse than... I mean, I'll continue the loan. God, I hope he doesn't come back. I think he will, you know. He does. He hopes the players have a nice time. He has a wonderful trope, which is the... you know when a ball is spread out wide from one side of the pitch to the other, and there's usually a wide player that's able to receive it in relatively large amounts of space. I always used to get frustrated with my dad watching football back in the day, because he'd always be like, why is no one marking him? And I'm just like, what do you mean, why is no one marking him? You want an opposition defender to stand on the opposite wing with the winger the entire time, leaving a giant gap into the half space. And I'm just like, you know what? It's not a battle worth fighting. And it was at that point I knew I'd probably like FM. Oh. Okay. Wait, he decided to recall Combi. What? Whoa. What's going on here? Why is he deciding to do anything? I must check into that. Why is... Joel Combi was on loan at Tiki. Hang on, I have to go into responsibility. I have to figure out what's happened here. Why is he doing anything? And that can't be to do with the finalization thing, right? Incoming offers. What have I got? Loan offers for young players not in the first team squad. When did I ever delegate that to him? We delegated the finalization of signings, of sales, but not that. Has it somehow snuck another cheeky one through here? I had this happen to me before. Which resade? Hang on, I can show you the settings, actually. I think that was the one, right? Actually, it has to be. That's scary that it was doing that, because the thing I did was to... Finalization... Oh, really? Yeah, that's very strange, because that has nothing to do with that. I don't want him recalling players, basically. We need to bring back the loan... what's it called? Development list. So, if I can remember the button I pressed to get up the reshade options, forgive me. Bear with one sec. Is it that? Nope, that's turning it on and off. I can't remember which button it is to turn it on. Is it home? There we go. So I use dehaze, HDR, and vibrance, but I'm pretty certain I have them all on their default settings currently. So those are the reshade ones I use. I need to update reshade as well. I think it's probably out of date, but that's what I currently use. Let me just turn that back on again. God, it's weird how like hazy it is normally. Ooh, that's a lot of call-ups too. Yeah, I have to be careful with that. If that's the one that's caused it, at least I'll know to turn that back off. You found Ronaldo. 20 jump, 6'6". Do you remember the other day we found that guy who was 6'1" and had 20 jumping reach? Hello, One Ring King. So one thing I've noticed is what... No, what? Alex Greenwood's been sacked. She literally kept them up last season by some miracle, and they've now sacked her, despite the fact they're only 1 point from safety. Melons. She pulled off genuine miracles for them last year. That's actually really sad. And the problem is, because she's now got the managerial experience, she won't come back into the grateful bosom of Wisła. Motor are absolutely killing it in the second tier, to the surprise of nobody. Regan Booty's Lech Poznan, though, are the most boring team. Actually, wait. God, look at some of the goals. This lot here have scored 6 goals in 10 games and only conceded 9. These goal scoring seem... I don't know what to make of that. That's bizarre. It feels like every time I try to start it, it always just goes, I'm out of date, but then you look at it and it just isn't. In a fun new fact as well, I can't update my graphics drivers at the moment for my PC because every time I do, it stops my left monitor working and puts it into failsafe mode, and I don't know why. So that's also fun. And because I can't do that, Adobe broke something with one of their updates a month ago, and I can't use my NVIDIA graphics card to render things. So that's why all my uploads take a little bit longer, because I have to spend an hour and a half to 2 hours rendering it using my goddamn onboard CPU, even though part of the reason I got this graphics card was for that. So I'm in a bit of a pickle with that at the moment, so that's going to be fun. I need to spend some time one day just going over that, trying to figure out what's wrong. I think I need to get a new cable for it potentially as well, but it's strange. So again, absolutely, yes. So these are the settings I use. It's dehaze, HDR, and vibrance. So if you want to do a screenshot there, I can just quickly click on them, I think. Some of them have... Oh, shit, I've turned it off. By clicking on it, turns it off. But that's... I believe it's the default settings anyway. So you shouldn't have much of an issue with it. I don't think I changed it. Basically, when the game first came out, within a week or so, Ben just pops up one day and he's like, listen, have you seen Reshade? He's like, right, we need to get on a call. So then he was like guiding me through setting it up, basically. And I've not touched it since. Here's outside of FM. Oh, yeah. I rarely play FM for fun. Simply because the sheer number of hours I have in it outside of that means that that sort of itch is kind of scratched just through work. So the things I enjoy outside of FM, roguelike type stuff. So I'm still loving Megabonk. It is fantastic. A Ball Pit I absolutely creamed out, although there's an update for that, so I'm about to get back into that as well. Slay the Spire 2, which I still need to play a load more of. But yeah, mostly that type of thing. Young Crew Evolving. It's getting there. They are both, let's say both, all three of them are kind of doing stuff. Like when you look at our squad and just go by age instead, you'll note that, what's going on here? Oh, unavailable, there we go. Why is there grayed out people in the team? Molsky, where the hell is Molsky? He does seem to have slipped down to 4-star PA now, but I'm fine with that, honestly. He's a really good player. He's older than the others, and he's got more of an impact on the team at times than the others, because he's generally older. Kowalski is developing at an insane rate. Genuine. Balatro as well, yeah. And Racoin as well. I like a bit of Racoin, though I feel like that game probably needs some balancing to it. I got obsessed with Balatro. I was having a bit of a bad period back in like 2024 at the start of the year when Balatro came out, and I was just addicted to Balatro. It was so good. I've got it on my phone. I played so much Balatro on the train from Kraków to Katowice. It was well worth it. Yeah, Kowalski is actually kind of insane. And Steinbergen, he's just creeping up and up and up, isn't he? He's just an amazing player. Those two, I think, are the ones that are really going to do it. I would like one more. I want one more guy from the intake, like a striker or something, you know? Name it run. I don't know I have. I haven't played Balatro in quite a while. Obviously on my phone on the train, but that was the only time. I haven't played the PC version for quite some time. Didn't quite manage to max out everything. That rises above the thing. Damn it, it does. He rises above Jersey. I thought it was a different players there. But for the seniors now, probably not that many, because he had a little bit of a spell in the team at the end of the first season he came through. Last year, I think he started 17 games, which is impressive considering he broke his leg in like the third game of the season. What the hell happened there? In the third game of the year, and didn't play another game until March. So he's still got a good amount of games under his belt, but it definitely will have held him back slightly. So he's got 33 league appearances for us in total. He's got 10 there. 23, so 33, and this year he's got 11. So he's got 44 in all competitions. 0.5 stars. I think it's just he is up against some crazy good talent around him, and some of his other technicals are still a little bit on the iffy side. The pace is going up nicely though, which is going to help for him playing that covering role. What's he actually training at the moment? I forget. Agility and balance. That makes sense. He's going to be crazy good. Now, we definitely don't have a Champions League game after this because it's international break, right? So winning the derby would be quite a nice thing to do. I'll leave those guys out for the time being. Let that go back to how it was. And now might be a good chance to actually let Kowalski have a run in the team. I don't want to drop him out too much because he needs to develop and he'll play. Playing games is how he's going to do that. Fuck it. Let's go. Unless he's going to kick off about the bench. Nope. We're good. Playing Cartographian Entitled Goose Game. I've never... No, that's not true. I have played Entitled Goose Game, but I've never actually owned it, I don't think. I'm still waiting for Pog to purchase the birthday present for me that she promised, and she still hasn't delivered on it. I'm not in possession of a porch goose. That was a good result. It does seem like there's some stability to this system defensively. We've kept clean sheets in... What's that? 6 of our last 7 games? Obviously a couple of draws in there too, but that's more encouraging. Good creation, and we're letting other teams have a bit more of a chance in games. And I wonder if that's weirdly making us better defensively. It's going to sound stupid, but it feels like we're now winning these games a bit better. The draw at Anfield was a bit of a frustrating one because the first half we were actually really, really good. Their goalkeeper just played a blinder. Why doesn't mine look like that? But Newcastle was actually more of a subdued performance, and we had to rely on a mistake from their defenders to actually get the win. But we look so much more capable of hanging on to results now, which is exciting. And having not conceded a goal in Europe yet, what more do you want? Divorce face. What have you bought, Hayden? Let me have a look in a minute. Last birthday present. Born in June. At that point, I think it's safe to assume you're probably not getting it. I just said to her, like, she said, what do you want for your birthday? And I said to her, porch goose. Not being, like, ironic or anything like that. I would genuinely love a porch goose. Doesn't have to be one with loads of outfits. I'll buy the outfits myself. I saw a clip on TikTok the other day of someone that went to a flea market in the States. There was an 8-foot porch goose. Firstly, I don't own a trailer, and I don't live in the States, so I wouldn't be able to get hold of such a thing. But I'm the type of guy that if I had too much disposable income and access to things like that, those sort of things would probably litter my lawn, right? I'm generally okay with money, but I make an exception occasionally for goose-related necessities. Don't think she realises, Dipping Bertie, you've got to at least prompt her, because I'm sure she would not feel terrible, but also want to like rectify the situation if she knew, you know? Communication is extremely important, which is why I rip Pog about it on a weekly basis. But like, hey, another week has passed. I am still gooseless. What do you feel about that? You've got to hit with that. Hi, Turkish goalkeeper, who's 5-star PA and worth £1.6 million. I think we sign Ali Ersin. He's a cheap Turkish guy, which we don't get very often. Unless he wants something dumb. That's fine. Love that for you. Glorious. Volatile and confrontational is a little bit concerning. It's not the best personality setup to have. After the update, I use the new FM skins manager, but the game loads as normal. So I actually don't know about how that works, because I actually don't use the skin manager. Someone in chat, no doubt people in chat will know what you're talking about specifically with relation to that, and might be better than I am at this, because I just download the skin itself and dump it straight in. But I know that obviously the skin manager presumably does that kind of part for you, I guess. So I actually don't know. But a lot of the skins, why am I leaning all over the shop? A lot of the skins, I suspect, will probably need updates before they will work with the latest version of the game. It just seems like Saz obviously was able to wait for this one and then jump straight into it, I guess. Zag guy, who's this? Oh, he's worth £50 million. A 20-year-old Polish See, this is the guy. I want him in our youth intake. Have I got him on my shortlist? Because he feels like the type of guy that I might buy off of them if he ever gets interest from outside of Poland. Because he's too good to let leave. But I obviously never buy him outright from them because he's just so good. I think there's a lot of Spanish guys in here again. They're so hard to avoid, unfortunately. But obviously some of them aren't going to be Spanish Scourge guys. So I need to make sure I keep an eye on that. But he probably is because it's Yeah, we've signed guys from those guys them before.
Take off the Pope hat.
What I'll do, just so we don't lose anyone potentially good in here, I will send those guys around again once I've had a little look through them. Fell asleep. I don't think we were even I think we were dead less than asleep. Leonidas, 19. Thank you for the follow, sir. Don't know what happened to the other 18. Hopefully they're well as well. But who do you support? Let us know. Got beat by Vegas. I know. I would much rather play the Ducks. Not just because I feel like we would maybe had a better chance of beating them, but also just because I have a soft spot for Anaheim in general. I like the players they've got. I think, like, Uncle Leo looks quality. They're getting loads out of Troy Terry. Was it Troy Terry that didn't have a hit all season until the last game, and then he put in the most, like, flaccid hit on someone just to make sure he got that number ticked over? It might not have been Troy Terry, to be fair. Sharpie, things are... I recommended a Stoke save to someone the other day. I did. I thought of you when I said it. I'm actually really, really good. I think, weirdly, chat, this whole me taking my pill an hour and a bit later has actually kind of worked out in my favour today. I might have to start doing that more regularly on stream days. I could sleep in a bit. I can't. I'll just go for a run instead. That's a lot of that, but 2-year deal, bro. What are we doing? Where's my vest? Oh, Harv. If only you knew. I changed into a vest after last stream. I did, genuinely. But unfortunately, I don't currently possess that vest because it's in the wash. I can have a rummage. Perhaps. See if I can find anything else. Maybe. I don't know. What are you going to do for me? So, Montreal had a situation where they... I think it was the last game. It was Game 7 against Tampa. I think they had 9 shots in the game and won. I think it was the lowest amount of shots the team has ever had in a playoff game and won the match. In addition, they had 0 shots in the second period at all, which is difficult in hockey. I think the playoffs have just been more fun in general. Oh, did I do the... Chat, remind me. Did I do the... hang on, I'll check myself. Why am I asking you? Like, that's your responsibility. I think I did. God, I actually did. Crazy. I threw exposed launch, got network set. Oh, nice! You're know very little about football. I actually think that, Leonis, that might be quite a unique playing style. Like, knowing less but liking the game itself probably gives her, like, access to things that we would probably be blinded by just because of knowing, like, real-life football. Well, welcome in, my friend. That's awesome that you got your missus playing it too. As chat would know, Pog is scared of Football Manager. Mostly because you lot try to tell her to press all the buttons, so in a way I'm blaming y'all. Right, so the transfer window's shut now, so I'm actually going to sign these guys up. Because I said I would. And then we will do the little trick up. Not the trick. The thing I've been trialling out as an idea, where I basically say... Squad player, lol. I put a £0 release clause on them. That way, they have a 0 value the entire time. And I'll either loan them, or they just get bought pretty much straight away the next time a window opens. So I think that's my plan with it. I'll just do it from here. No, I have to ask their agent, don't I? God damn it, man. Championship gap year? If I could be real with you for a minute, who do you think is likely to stay out of that West Ham team? Particularly with the newer signings, like people like Tatty and that. Like, or is he the type of guy that's going to suddenly get loaned to a team on the continent like a Zambo Anguissa did when Fulham got relegated? Because he actually, I think, was the exact right signing for West Ham, but 6 months too late. Minimum fee release clause. Giving them Nuno's. Yeah, I'm surprised. I was surprised and happy to see that Nuno is staying. I think that I'd seen enough out of them to feel like the problem wasn't Nuno long term. Not relegation release clause. I want minimum fee release clause of basically 0. Get those guys locked down. Saves we have to trial them every few weeks. Tati, he's so good. That goal he scored against, was it Newcastle? I mean, by that point, completely pointless as far as goals go. But my goodness. A particularly niche type of goal that I'm a huge fan of is utterly pointless banger consolation goals. Because the players can't celebrate them properly. Like, there was one that I think Jean-Claude... Huntelaar, I think when he was playing for Schalke, maybe, scored an absolute worldie against maybe Real Madrid, actually, that is just lost to the sands of time because it was meaningless. But some of the best goals I've ever seen have been completely meaningless. Ooh, second team just knocked out Swansk. Squad player. Yeah, they're Patreon regens. So if they kick off and want to leave, then that's fine because I'll just let them. Yeah, that whole... I wish they went back to a 1v16 type system for that, or at least 1v8 Big Berto. We'd have still ended up playing LA, but I think it's just, I know Gary wants the competitive matches in the early stages, but I'm just not a fan of it. Try and get it. I think with Polish job, I would probably do Poland at the World Cup if they qualify for the next World Cup, but I wouldn't like take the job, I suppose. I would just put myself in charge, because international management slows down saves like this far too much to do it consistently over a long period of time. But I like taking over for like individual tournaments. So the plan was for Tuesday's stream. Unfortunately, the update hadn't dropped yet. I was going to manage Andorra at the last Euros, but database lookup. I'm guessing I must have done, because it isn't on the list of database lookups. I don't know if technically mods can clear that, but nobody does. Vaughn would have. So I would also be tempted by someone random qualifying for a summer tournament as well. So say someone crazy got to the World Cup, I'd probably take them over too, just for the fun. That might be the next chance we get. Someone does a mad one and gets to the World Cup. Great time to be a Schalke fan. Schalke got relegated in this save this year, despite putting 9 goals past Victoria Pilsen. Great. So, I think you guys will be fine next season, particularly if you keep manager. And one of the things that, the only one of the few benefits of Fulham getting relegated was that we did at least get to see some youngsters start coming through a bit more. And that's never it's nice to see those players come through the academy and actually get game time, right? It's just something quite refreshing about it. A 1v16 would be even better, yeah. How are Pilsen doing now? I can't imagine they're in Europe anymore, but if they are, then maybe there's hope for them yet. There isn't. Bowen did say some stuff about... he made some comments that sounded a little bit like he might potentially stay. In addition, I wonder if he's a bit like one of those players that's window for that move might have passed by a little bit. It doesn't appear that Victoria Pilsen are in Europe at all this year. If you missed their fixtures last season, these are they. They lost in the third qualifying round of the Champions League. 3-0, 3-2. Then it was 9-0 to Schalke, 2-1. 6-4 to Brighton. 3-2 loss to Sporting. 10-0 loss to Hajduk Split. 2-1 loss against Viking. 6-0 to Newcastle and 2-1 to Besiktas. They conceded 40 goals in their 8 games, which was fun. Well done them. Someone's got to. Irish looks like with reshape. Ooh. Oh, that's so much better. That does a lot, actually. Even more so than an FM. I always thought that iRacing looked a bit weirdly hazy. Or just random playoffs instead. So it's completely randomised. Take the young goalie. Love to see it. Yeah, I just don't really know what they can do about the ground situation, though. I think they're kind of stuck with it, and you kind of just have to make the best of it, right? Weirdly, I've spent... Because obviously whenever I've gone to like SI events and stuff down in London, they're based in Stratford, which is obviously right by West Ham's ground, and you normally have to walk past it to get to anything, basically. And from a facility standpoint, outside it seems okay, but I wonder if it's just because it wasn't designed, I guess, with football in mind, right? Last time I walked past there, actually, there was a baseball game going on inside of it. It was amazing. It was a day kind of like today. I was sweating my tits off because I chose to wear a jumper in London where the weather's like this. And I could just hear baseball noises going on. It was awful. I have heard that it's not great as a fan. They were talking about West Ham away on the Fulhamish pod yesterday, I think. And Elizabeth was saying how much she hates going to that ground. So it's demolishing. Come back stronger. I wish there was a way to just ban this part. The fact that you can take control of these. Don't tell me about it. I also, chat, the other day, randomly when I had a bit of time, had a go at trying to build my own way of putting flavour events into the game. It's very much a work in progress. But I think I understand there is a way that it could actually work. It would require Bepinex again to actually inject it. But there is definitely something there. But it's just going to require so much probing that I simply don't have time for right now. But I'm very excited. I really liked what Passport... I don't know if you're still in chat, Passport, but that thing you put in Discord yesterday was such a wonderfully insightful comment about the state of FM currently and also where it can go in the future. And I just wholeheartedly agree with everything you said. I'm fascinated with where modding can take Football Manager in general. Henceforth, so to speak. I've just bashed my microphone. Apologies, buddies. Right, so those guys are in now. Obviously, they don't go to any squads or that, but I will try and roll. Mauricio Penis is out with a moderately strained Achilles tendon. To be fair, that does require a lot of bending, so I'd understand how that could come about. Are they actually, Hayden? Honestly, yeah. But the problem with these things is it can often be like whack-a-mole, right? So they ban that, and then all of a sudden, a different set of heinous sponsors then appear on the front because they were being held back by the fact that there was betting sponsors, but they're not allowed anymore. So another market suddenly appears. Sometimes it can be like fighting a losing battle, but I just want to go back to the days where just put a beer on the front, for crying out loud. I realise that, you know, alcohol and all that, but like, I'd rather that. It's there's always something, just not the front. So there'd be like sleeve sponsors and the sort of the lower back ones, or are they only for cups? I can never remember which one it is. It's like how Fulham announced Oscar Bob with the close-up of the shirt sponsor we have on the slide, which is just as Hi Bob. Hello, CJ. So what happened after the autosave, I basically played through the rest of the season, made sure that Jagiellonia still won the cup over us, and thankfully there wasn't anything else that was particularly taxing going on anyway. The biggest thing, though, is that Motor still got relegated, despite me taking no action whatsoever to help them. I think that wouldn't happen twice, but it did. It just came at the expense of a different team, so they are still in the second tier this year. They're crushing it, but they've kind of cooked. Now, as for Europe this year, we actually want to check in now anyway, because the Champions League would have had more matches. So far, though, on the... FM, please. So far in the Champions League, we're currently sitting on 4 points because we drew at Anfield and beat Newcastle, but we haven't conceded a goal in Europe yet. So tactically, we've only scored 1 goal in Europe as well, so that's not great. Radomiak have got 4 points on the board as well. Who else has scored? There was another one in here too. Gornikov won a game too. Jagiellonia less so. So points are happening, which is nice. Yeah, sorry. My apologies, Leonidas. I did see a longer message from you a moment ago, and I missed it. Please feel free to like restate messages if I miss stuff. Chat, especially moving quite fast today, which I'm not used to. So thank you for that, chat. And I also have a habit of, which I'm trying to get better at, not even finishing one response before I leap to the next one, which is why sometimes I'll just look at the screen when I'm speaking, because it's just easier for me to actually do that. Old Matt could never. Old Matt was just jittery, baby. Right, Europa League, let's see. PS won again. Up the Piast Golovica. They beat Genk. Wait, does it no longer tell you whether they're home and away? City. Legia have also won against Molde. So that's another 6 points on the board for the Polish sides there. And we have now had a Europa Conference League game, which presumably Cracovia also won. Oh, Poland is doing bits this year. Who did they beat? Someone easy, I assume. Okay. It's a win that needed to happen. Let me just check the coefficient on the year, because this is actually a really, really important season for us in terms of coefficient. We need to make sure we stay above France. It is imperative, because as things stand, we're falling below France. Just. Oh, this needs to be huge. Oh, hang on. Did Turkey lose a team? They did. Wait, Italy are... Sorry, I didn't even notice that. Italy are 8th in the coefficients. When did that happen? Turkey is 6th. Italy are 8th in the coefficients. They are the 8th best league in Europe. Wow. We're playing and we're going to play another English team in a moment too, which is fun. Which is, I think, Arsenal. We did beat last year, to be fair. Can't keep up with chats. We started embedding it. Basically, yes. What I'd really want, best case scenario, is a third monitor that's just a portrait monitor that's got chat on it, because then it's bigger and I can messages scroll off the screen quite quickly, unfortunately. And that's annoying. Once they hit a certain age. Not deliberately, especially if they're really good, but what will often happen if they're not really cutting it, they often end up coming back at a certain age after their 8-year contract. So usually around the time they're 25, and then they just kind of get released at that point. Yet Portugal are also kind of shitting the bed. Not as much as Austria, though. Hi, it's Austria. We're 25th. Just above the Irish there. In fact, at the moment, they're going below Ireland for next season. Christ. At least that's a bit more varied than normal. Which I don't mind. Wait, that's a good point, but it used to just have the A. Ultimately, to me, it's easier if it just says H or A next to it, because then I know if it's home or away without having to like decipher it. Everything that makes me have to take an extra step to think, for me, is just worse design. Like, I realize that we can work that out straight away, but I don't want to have to work things out, I guess, right? That's one of the things I struggle with. It's like putting more steps between me and information. Scouting update. Nice. Point Marco Silva's edging closer to an exit. Yeah, I think it's... If Mourinho goes Real, Marco's gone. And then after that, it's like... Because Fulham... but you'd like to think we've got contingency plans in place, but I just don't trust Tony Khan. It's not even a little bit. I genuinely think they fixed my least favourite bug in the entirety of the game. So if nothing else, they've done that. Who is this? Oh my god! Wait, are they second tier? They're second tier. 60, he's 16. Now then. I said that if it was second tier teams, we could sign from them because they're never realistically going to do much for us. To quote Nepenthes, 16? We have to try, right? Oh. Fucking hell. Sign a loan back. Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. I'll embed it in the actual contract instead. Rather than... Actually, loan back... No, he is playing for them, so that would work. If he wasn't playing, I wouldn't... Oh, FM. Go on, then. £4 million. I'll give you 7 because I'm buying off of another Polish side, and they're a second tier side. We did change it so that I could sign from second tier teams if there was someone that looks goated, because otherwise they just end up leaving anyway. But I will. Wait, no, it's clause, isn't it? Oh, you can't put that in, can you? Because he's not old enough. He's actually not old enough to be loaned back because he's only 16. That's frustrating. I'll still pay them more for him though. But yeah, I can't loan him back. Not as part of the deal anyway. I don't think I've actually had to try to do that before. Amazing. Is there any big issues with him? Fairly ambitious personality, level-headed. So no indications. A bit injury-prone. Good right foot. Pacey. Good composure. Lovely heading ability too. Oh, really? To be fair, I wouldn't have been able to loan him back anyway, I don't think. Because he's... Oh, no, I think you can actually when they're 16, maybe? Wait. Before I do anything else, I nearly did the thing I always do where I forget to actually... Oh, no, I did do that. I did buy him. Could be taller. Bear in mind, he's 16 years old, so he will almost certainly grow a tiny little bit as well. He'll likely reach 6 foot, which is taller than most of our strikers. Future date. I don't think I can anymore since I've already bid on him. Right, who else we got in here? 20-year-old right wing back from Brazil. Oh, this guy. Oh, yeah. He's 20 now, but... he's like a Santelli type fella. Certainly worth scouting him further. Yeah, he'll definitely get... We're already signing him. He's... Oh, actually, he's from Universidad. He's 20 as well. I'll scout him further, but... God damn it. That's what I mean about not knowing if players are scouted properly, because it means that I end up wasting a bit of time looking at players we don't have full scouting knowledge of, rather than just be like, oh, I'll send them around again, you know? That's why I'm not discarding any of these. I'm just sending them all around again, just in case. We'll do... Hopefully, we maybe find a fix for that for next stream so I can do a bit more deeper scouting. But it is at least allowing me to look at players a bit more deeply than I was before. But I have to be wary of time as well. Nice. So, contract negotiations. I don't think I can... Wow. Fringe player. Listen, lad. I can't promise you that, but I can promise you a nice long contract. Well, I guess 6 years. So we wanted a striker. Doesn't... It won't feel quite the same, but remember, we signed a young player from Poland before, and his name was Alexander Furman, and he was well liked by you lot. Add that scouting list to fix. It does seem like it's been fixed. Unless it's something that Saz fixed accidentally. But I think that's unlikely. But I have yet to encounter it. Because I think I know what causes it. It's because of something to do with your assistants or your scouting staff bringing players through that they recommend specifically as a card, and the game drags your attention to the card panel, and I think it thinks it's showing that in the list view somehow, and then when you go to the card panel it shows you a player. But I think it's kind of like phantom data or something that blocks it. That's, I think, what's going on, but there's nothing you can... The quickest way I found to get out of it, once I figured it out, obviously I did it on the last stream, was if you went into there, toggled one of these on and off, it immediately fixed it, which was the quickest one for me, but too little too late, I suppose. I'm just glad that's fixed. Second natural position. That's what we kind of already have him, actually, CJ. It's Santelli. He's... excuse me. He's probably the closest we have to that right now. And that's the reason we signed him, because we thought, well, if this is the way we want to persist with, and that may change at the end of the season after all, cut to us being knocked out of the round of 16. I'll save that. I'm literally going to clip that for the VOD. For the inevitable recap bit. Nice, right. But yes, Santelli is kind of him, pretty much. Oh, new signings. Which new signing are we talking about? As I haven't actually signed... I was supposed to be signed someone earlier, but like, which particular signing were we referring to? Because I absolutely can. Nice. Oh, I love this. Something feels snappy. Oh. But yeah, also, on the full-time print thing, I realized I didn't actually put the link in chat to that, but that is the link to get your full-time print thing. I think it automatically puts the code on top of that anyway, but there is obviously a 10% discount for the Father's Day stuff as well if you do want to get involved. They are genuinely great. I know, obviously, you know, Mike's a friend of mine, and you all know him very well, but he doesn't dick about when it comes to shit products. I've seen his sort of manufacturing arm, so to speak, and he very much takes that shit very seriously and makes sure that they are great. Your request. One sec. Sorry, that was hidden. There's like OBS updated something, or rather the Twitch thing it didn't. I've got even a smaller window at the moment for the lookups, because I didn't clear the other one. I couldn't see that one underneath it. Sign in this window, you'd most consider the progress in the loan farm. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. It's been a bit of a lower volume window, by our standards at least. Did Freddie Clements go? Tell you what, it might actually be Freddie Clements. Wait, what's a hustle? Oh. Marcus obviously having a replacement lineup is why. Yeah. I still don't think we'd go down, but I think it's the kind of thing that separates us from having the season I hope we could have, where we could take advantage of all the other teams in Europe having loads of extra fixtures, rather than having a sort of struggly come 16th type season. But I think what will actually be more of a deciding factor in that is probably the amount, seeing those first fixtures come out, because I maintain that the fixture list actually is more important than people think it is. Yeah, incredibly, he got a loan. I don't know how that happened either, because we signed him this summer as well, off of Liverpool for 15 million quid. And then Brookbet were just like, sure, why not? The plan was to bring him in and sell him, but keeping him out on loan for a few years. He loves big matches. Brookbet aren't even in Europe this year, so that could probably help. He's certainly one of the more eclectic loan farm signings. Been 6.5. Yeah, I feel like there's something there, though, for your Kevins and your Bobs, especially Kevin, actually. I think we've got an interesting core there that with the right management, even if that is... I want to make sure I'm spelling this right. Oh, there's a second Z, Mr. President. Or is there? I'm not sure he is actually around anymore. I don't know if I'm spelling his name wrong. Oh, no, I'm spelling his name wrong. It's Jakub, isn't it? And it's with a K. And not an... Matt, come on now. Typing's not that difficult, bud. It appears to still not be here. Unless I'm still somehow spelling his name wrong. I'm not sure. Just do that instead. No, he appears to have just disappeared entirely, which is bizarre. Remember Polina? Oh, I'd love Polina back. But I also just don't know if he's exactly what we need right now. Keeping Polina, I would have been obviously totally on board with. But I feel like now, I think it's usually okay, Tome. I'll try copying out a chat directly. That might work. No, they were coming up, but I think he's just unfortunately retired, which is really a shame. I wish the game would tell you about stuff like that. Yeah, Kevin King and Bob. And I think that Muniz with a full season, because he's just so patchy. I think we need another central midfielder. Someone to... We've been needing one for a while, honestly. Oh, I'd love more years of Joao, but I feel like the years that I would have wanted of Joao would have been the last 2 years. That's the thing. I want those 2 years that he's had at Spurs and Bayern back. Those are what I would want. I can't see why De Zerbi wouldn't want Pellegrini. It feels like he's scored some incredibly important goals this season. Yeah, I wonder if the problem is with FM26. Players seem to retire quite flippantly, unfortunately. Sometimes really random. Max Kilman. I couldn't believe... I was looking at a list of West Ham's like most expensive signings in, like, I think it was the last 6 seasons or something. And I genuinely had forgotten how much West Ham paid for Kilman. It was 40 million, wasn't it? Wolves have absolutely cooked with that. Unfortunately, they've turned that into very little, but it's insane money. Oh yeah, Joao was great for a goal for us. I just loved Joao's passion as well. Like, he was a proper badge kisser. And I feel like he doesn't seem disingenuous. Like, it's not saying he's going to be there forever, but he's going to play, like, with his heart on his sleeve while he is there. You're always going to get that out of him. And I think I kind of love that about him. He's just such a... he just seems like a lovely bloke, too. I know nothing about him, obviously, personally, but he seems like a nice dude. And that's enough for me. I'm always trying to trick the game into, like, doing something dumb so I can see if it's still broken. Racing Club dude there. It's another one of these crazy... These clubs are producing a lot of these kind of guys. I'm going to stop getting sucked in, though. Just send them around again, Matt. You can deal with them next time when you can get scouting properly. Morrison in Dreamland. Wait, please don't tell me he's just got a Scotland cap. As if. God. Kevin Morrison just got a Scotland cap. He's only £30,000 a week now. As if he... Oh, that's an expensive oofy. You've got to expect it's going to happen sometimes. Wow, loads of injuries falling through. Barcelona are pulling levers for days. Oh, the equaliser at the Emirates. Yeah, he's just... he makes you love him. I like players that make you fall in love with them quickly, right? Ooh. Good question, James. I don't know, actually. Let's have a look, because we're in an international break right now, actually. So now's the perfect time to test this. We'll look at the Poland team, because see how many Spaniards are in it. And I probably get the wrong one there, didn't I? Men's national team. Yes. Yes, you can. When they load. Yes, so they've now fixed that. Or rather, released it, I suppose. Why are they the other way around? Weird. So yes, you actually can. So Jan Fabianski's in there. I like that there's only 2 real players in the Poland national team at all now. Julian's in there too. They're all Spanish. There's only 4 Poles. There is as many Basque players in the Polish national team as there are Polish players. Oh, it looks so silly. Amazing. I mean, these guys are all real to me, right? A lot of these aren't even on loan from us as well, which is fun. Some of them are quite old. They're all in that sort of same bracket, aren't they? They're Spolish, yes. No World Cup team. For some reason, I convinced myself that Poland didn't qualify for the World Cup. Tell you what, Italy. Sorry, Italians. First it was 8th in the coefficient, now this. No, they've got them. There you go. They do indeed work. Calafiori, Coyotes in there, Fortini, Rubino, Camorra, and then all of these fellas, and one Spanish dude in there as well. That's good to know. At least they fixed that too. That's how Joao gets you, though. No one expect. I feel like he actually got more bookings than he should have done. I believe that he got a bit of a bad rep for some of the tackles, even though it wasn't really nasty tackles. But referees would book him more often than they should have done for the disciplinary action that he should have had. I feel like he got booked just too much. 100 million quid. How much did they pay for Alvarez? It was a good amount, wasn't it? I know it wasn't 100 million, but quite a chance for them to make some money out of that. Vlahovic. Honestly, he does feel a bit Mitrovic-y, but maybe with slightly less quavers for ankles. I can't even take Mitrovic back. They probably wouldn't. Being silly there. International managers in Europe. Unfortunately, Hayden, the game doesn't make it easy to show that anymore, so it's not really the sort of thing I can... Unless they've... Actually, maybe they fixed it. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they fixed it, but I don't believe they have. Oh, no. They have. So, Cervinho... no, they haven't. Well, you can, but apparently you can't. Unless I should have scrolled up, maybe. Can I scroll up? No. That's a shame. It feels like it's so close to working, but doesn't quite work. Unless someone knows how to fix that. I'll circle back to that in a minute. Oh, was it filter on the management page? Oh, yeah. Do it twice. Well, I did do it twice, right? But I don't want to soft lock myself accidentally. Let me just save first. Now now the game is failing to recognise Albania as a country. What is this? Do a bit of that. Sasha Lukic. I love a bit of Sasha Lukic as well. Considering how long he took to force his way into our team, it's bizarre. People are intolerant of other people's cultures. Yeah. I hope no one Spanish thinks I actually hate the Spanish. We just call them that because it was just a nice alliterative way of explaining what they were, I suppose. Let's try again. Scout report added to the next update. You love to see it. See? This is why I love Saz. It's fantastic. Saz, honestly, there's a few little things I'm sure I'll stumble upon, and I will just send you little tiny things. And even if you can't do anything about it, at least that way you sort of know what the issues potentially might be. Because it's just such a good spot already. So, what was it? You said down twice? Nah. Doesn't even let you go back up. It could be because, you're right, the continent of Albania. I remember it was a blessed day when it just randomly broke away. And we were like, wow. There they go. Search. I can hear an anthem in the back end. I don't know quite what it is. Right. Let's try the... Where would it even be? Is it in career stuff? Let's have a look in there. Is it in managerial vacancies? Christ. So international, not international youth, international. And then I could... So you can... Then I guess you can't sort it. Oh, you can! But you can't filter it by continent, I don't think. It's only divisions or nations, but only nations you've got loaded. So we'd have to look through the entire list. And there's also men's and women's managers in here, and you can't seem to filter that either. That's a lot of... That's like 500 people. Yeah, I might have to just refund the points on that one. That would be quite a lengthy lookup that would take us a very long time, unless the game has a way of filtering it further than that, but it does seem like it doesn't. It's so close to being good. To get his name tattooed on your calf. I haven't had a tattoo in 17 years. And besides, we already know what I'm getting as my next tattoo when I can finally get someone to design it from me. I don't, TJ. Turns out Matt hates the Spanish and the Albanians. News just in. When is our next Champions League game? So we've got... Oh, it's only 2 league games. Look at me go. See, I was on time the whole time. I may have waffled for a while, but I also think the game just seems to be moving faster. Because usually I don't get quite that quick up to it. Okay. Rakov? Anyone else that needs to come in? Other than Mr. Scotland? Nah, probably right. Start a new Balkan War. I mean... There was that one stream where I just started insulting every culture. Because I'm an equal opportunists bastard, right? But yeah, that was... Oh, I think I was on the vacancies page there. New Balkan War. Well, you know, a second disagreement, so to speak. Oh, dear. I thought we'd not mentioned the Conference League final, because that's the thing that's happened. And now we have, so we can move on. I didn't watch the game, as I was actually still working when the game started off, and then... I think Pog and I were watching Stanley Tucci in Italy. That's what we were doing. It's underrated content. It's just Stanley Tucci going around eating lots of food and being quite drunk at seemingly early parts of the day. Big fan. Right, sick. I've accidentally gone to the game. Oh, well, you know what? Fuck it, we've actually got time. We might as well. Tier list of Balkan countries, please. Oh, okay. They're all in F tier. This is how you do it. This is how you dodge it. It's how you stop the woke mob from coming for you. Just say you hate everyone. Problem solved. I couldn't possibly do it. Tom Scott, I did, yes. That Tom Scott video, we watched half of it, then I watched the other half of it. It was banging. He got absolutely drenched. That's the kind of shit I love. I also love how nervous he gets sometimes and how it's really obvious. He's a cutie, isn't he? Spanish clothing company called El Ganso. Do they? I'm all about it. I still like the idea of managing Casapia in a journeyman save, just because Oscansos. I will still never forgive Blue Goose for what they've done to me as well. Stanley Tucci in Yorkshire. Is that just him eating puddings? Because, again, I'm here for that too. Rank all Scandinavian Fulham players this season. I'm trying to think if we have any others other than Anderson, but he's bottom. Have we got a couple of youth players that are Scandi? Other Swedes. Other Swedes. Are they Swedes or Danes or Finns? It goes Anderson, Alexander Kacaniklic, because he's still here in my head. Oh, Berger, of course. I forgot about Jonah Kusiasari. He was Swedish. Yeah, Bob and... Oh, for me then, it's Anderson. If I'm being honest, it's JKA, really, because of a lack of impact in matches. Anderson has still done the occasional good thing. So, JKA, Anderson, Bob, Berger. Berger refuses to shoot, but he does sometimes do good things. Go to Nations League A and look for managers from there. We can! Amazing shout. Or just go to European qualifier. Oh, no, we can't. That won't have any teams in it yet, will it? Good point. If you're on me after this match, we'll definitely take a look at that. That's a great shout. There's always a way, but it's just more difficult than it used to be. Slovenia and Slovakia. Yes, honestly. I just, yeah. Mumble has scored a goal, so there's that. It just randomly worked. You joke, right? But there's actually some science to that. They talk about how sometimes the best way to solve a problem, like Maria, for example, is to not actually engage with the problem. Back when I used to do coding stuff back in the day, one of the things that when I was trying to solve like a coding issue, I would go for a walk or something, and the logic was that the neural pathways in your brain that would help you solve these kind of problems would not reset, but it would be helping to build the new pathways or something, and it would allow your brain to think of more novel solutions to things when you were trying to actually solve the problem. You sort of take your problem out of, you put the problem in the peripheral, and it seems to be easier to solve. Team Serbia or Team Montenegro? I am Team Serbia and Montenegro. Reunite them all. I'm Team Yugoslavia. Bring them all back. Soviet national anthem plays in the background. Go on, Johnny boy. Ah. John's been really threatening down that wing today, actually. It's what I like about... Oh, here he comes again. Go on, Johnny. Yes. This feels better. Had beer and coffee, apparently. Did he? What, in Yorkshire? Of course he did. No pasta, though. What was Stanley Tucci actually doing in Ilkley? Bless him. Pog and I were watching Margin Call the other day, and I think Stanley Tucci looks better now than he did in that film. Admittedly, obviously, the character he's playing, so he's doing stuff. But, like, he, in terms of healthiness, he just looks so good now. He's aged... Him and, like, Steve Carell. I don't know how old Steve Carell is, but my God, man is just aging like a fine wine. I don't know if any of you guys have watched Rooster, but I would recommend it if you like Shrinking and Ted Lasso type stuff. It's really good. Team user, I'm team everybody having a nice time, you know? I'm team me, ultimately. As long as I'm happy, I don't care about anyone. That is actually the complete opposite of the truth. I find myself I'm much happier when other people are happy. I'm a people pleaser. Could you tell? What's that? It helps someone out and it's coming at my own expense. Get me in there. Personal boundaries? I've never heard of them. Outside York Minster. Maybe he's doing a collab with Tony. First it was Steve Sipwell. I thought we were going to win a penalty in our own area there. See, I still think there's a chance for ESR to come good for us. But the problem we've got is obviously that Josh King is just right there. Never actually watched the full episode. I feel like the first two seasons of Ted Lasso, genuinely, I enjoyed a hell of a lot. Third one was a bit more patchy for me. This is the Saz 26 skin. It's back and in POG form. It's work in progress, obviously. But the signs are good so far. I'm enjoying it. Incredible diving techniques, and naturally we concede a random corner goal. I feel like the defender there probably should be doing a bit better. Was that first shot on target? It was. Can't really blame Aggie Pong for that one, honestly. Yeah, I do miss... What? With Reece Nelson was at Brentford this season, right? I feel like I'm assuming he got injured again, because I don't feel like I heard his name all year. Loan me 10k. I mean... I can give you 10k channel points. I apparently have infinity channel points, or so I'm told by Twitch. Oh, God. Ah, he's a loanee. He did get injured. That's the Reece Nelson experience, I suppose, though, isn't it? Sign, gets injured. Total games missed over the past 2 seasons. I imagine Spurs were winning that league, at least. Can't get relegated from that. There we go. It's offside. No problem. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of the average ratings of these teams. Win a football match. USSR, the Ottoman Empire. Depends which era, like, who's in their teams? Which era are we talking? He's a little offside there, yeah. Neymar does feel like he's injured quite a lot. Retractable pitches. Ooh. I mean, I like the idea of retractable pitches being used in the middle of games. In FM. Specifically, I want the pitch to open up at the start of the second half and everyone just falls into a big trapdoor. And there's actually an ice rink underneath, but like a full-size ice rink, not like NHL spec. I'm talking football pitch-size ice rink. I want to be people playing bandy on it, you know? I'm here for it. 340, that's a lot of channel points. You should be a VIP pool. Existed at the same time. Really, for one single year? And did they ever compete against each other in a sporting event? Because I don't know if I would even need to give you my answer, because we could just find out through the passage of time. For the Milan job. I'd love Podge at Fulham, because apparently he's a Fulham fan. Well, that might just be one of those things in the same way that Margot Robbie is a Fulham fan, you know? Busy with civil wars. So think about civil wars, though. They're so civil. Plenty of time for other things. Oh my god, I thought that was going in. I wish that had gone in. That would have been brilliant from Jolly Boy. He's having a season, actually. He's probably been better than Naeem for us this year. I'd like to see a bit more out of Gomez. I am just really happy to be seeing the consistent, solid ratings across the board. Go on, Momper. Oh my god, just drill it across. You know you want to. Give it to someone who can shoot. There we go. Sure, why not? That'll do. Moat infested with crocodiles. I see a plan there. How do the players get onto the pitch? Is it like Hunger Games style, where they come up from underneath, or do they have to cross the crocodile-infected moat in order to get onto the pitch? So it's like survival of the fittest before the match has even started. I'm not saying no. I want to hear I want to see you follow the logic through. Large cheese board on the retractable pitch. Yes. 100%. In the most Fulham turn of events imaginable, on Tuesday when I was just frazzled to high hell, Pog was very kind and she went to Tesco's because I fancied some cake and she was being very nice to me. And then I ate half of a Victoria sponge to myself. They ran out of ice cream too, so I only had like a tiny little bit of raspberry ripple that was left at the bottom of the fridge. It's a bit sad. But ultimately, I'm a fan of a Vicky sponge. They're just delicious. I will never turn one down. I'm going to try Hayatu. Why not? At this point, we're 3-1 up. No reason not to. And maybe give Yenzi a little run. I'm Molsky. What am I doing? I really should be giving Molsky more game time too, actually, in games exactly like this. Yes, it is a new skin. It's the SAS26 skin. Exclamation mark skin. You can get a download link for it. Get Hadrian on the phone. That's a video idea. Reunite Yugoslavia, Ottoman Empire, and USSR. Ooh, like an old school World Cup. That does seem like something that Hadrian would enjoy. World Cup save. I don't know, because I don't really know what I would do with it. Or where I would even do it. Like, ultimately, as you probably tell from now, I don't tend to jump on, like, trends with regards to the game because of new stuff, because I just don't feel like I want to make content on something unless I'm actually adding anything that I feel is valid or worthwhile, right? So I would need the idea first. And then I'd be like, oh, actually, maybe I could do that. I would like to make another agent video at some point too, though, because I have missed doing that. To be fair, I like a fudge cake too. Like, I'm not completely against other cakes. It's just Vicky wins. She's just that good. Okay. Overperformed the XG. Conceded the only shot on target our opponents had. Standard FN26 experience. And look at him. He's doing it. He's remembered. Oh. The world is healing, my friends. Allow me this one moment of joy. And sharing my joy, of course, if you would. Make sure I've actually clicked the right highlight. That would help, wouldn't it? Get that back in there as well. But that, and then he goes back to reading chat. Round a team each time. Really? Yeah, what do you guys actually think of the World Cup mode? Because I've not had a chance to play it at all yet. Like, what things do you like about it? What things do you don't like about it? Etc. I'm genuinely curious. Be Josh King's agent, just lock him at Fulham. It'll be like, you know those videos, the I trapped X at Y for X. I I could do that, but it's just me managing Josh King the entire time. No clean sheet. Man of the match, of course, for, I think, probably Olufemi John. Hello, Kermraid. Good news. You have moved clubs on loan to Portugal again. I guess it's because technically that's the nation you're from in the game, as far as like youth rating wise. Good win, lads. Well played, friends. No Poland in World Cup mode. I too don't like that. Bring back Emmanuel Olusadaba. I feel like the reaction I've seen to it has been that it's a little underwhelming, given the wait and the build up for it. That seems to be the general consensus that I've noticed the most. Oh, is this it? My God. Wait, hang on. I'll see the numbers properly. 700. Which also makes the fact that West Ham got relegated more disappointing. And, like, the fact that we were this low down too, because I generally can't think of players that have been out for that long. Anthony Robinson also makes me feel more like we had such missed opportunities as well. That's what makes it even more frustrating. We haven't had that many long-term injuries. Connoisseur of cake. Favourite exceedingly good cake by Mr. K. I like the lemon drizzle slices, Gord. You know what I mean? The little finger slices. And then there's the icing with the lemon bit on top. The disappointing. Yeah, I guess. The thing is, there are things, I mean, there's a load of stuff I like about 26. It's just, I do feel like we'll get there. But I do like that screen. I want to investigate that more because I think that's actually going to be a really nice little feature once I can focus on what it actually does and figure it out a little bit. Can I maybe look at the whole thing? Oh, is it because the men's one is... Oh, no, it's there. There we go. Nations League. It's under managers. Yes, you legend. There you go. You can't sort this screen, can you? No. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We got there. Moves out for half. Yeah, I guess it's just that... I wonder how it's counting it. Whether it's maybe squad players no one's heard of that don't actually play for the first team that's counting those as injuries as well. I would love to see whether... I want to see the data that's built those overall numbers. The actual, like, raw data, I suppose. So Eddie Howe's at France. That's Edouard Howe to you. We got Gio van Bronckhorst there. Fabio Grosso. Schroeder. Cardoso in charge of Poland. Oliver Glasser's in charge of Czechia. Nuri Sahin at Turkey, obviously. Torsten Fink at Ireland. Tulberg. Some of these guys are probably there still from the original part of the save, although that would be like 1,000 days by this point, wouldn't it? Actually, no, it'd be over 3,000. Derek McInnes is the Scotsman in charge of Wales. Henning Berg is at Northern Ireland. Stephen Wright is in charge of Scotland. Got an okay win rate, actually, to be fair. Dean Smith is in charge of Cyprus. That's a weird one. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. How are you? Who do you support? Welcome aboard. Yeah, Howe in charge of France and Deschamps. I reckon they've both managed the other one. Well, they have, haven't they? I think Eddie Howe was in charge of England in this save because he manages England in every single save. Silvinho's in there too. Grotstas. Let me just scroll down a bit further. I almost thought it said Berbatov for a moment. Fernando Vidal. Silvinho at Albania. I feel like Silvinho has managed Albania. No, he's a real life Albania coach, isn't he? I swear. Yeah. That one I did know. Yeah. He's been there the entire time. I remember that from my previous saves because he was the manager there and I was no way that was a coincidence. Register for the first team squad and any other 21 players have played. Ah, okay, interesting. So if a player played one game and then missed the rest of the season through injury, it would technically count. I just want to have a look at the data itself to see how it breaks down. I'd want to look at, like, I want to be able to manipulate the data to fit my narrative, James, is what I'm doing here, you see. I have an opinion, and I need to find the right data to back that opinion up, and I will bend it to my will, all right? That's what I'm doing here, to be totally transparent with you. At least we're finally getting a bit of a gap at the top. Cracovia have eaten shit for a little bit, which is nice. Because it was actually really tight at the beginning. Wisła Płock, good Christ, lads. Get it together. Are we at least getting closer to our XG goals now? Still -2 on that, but it's better than last year. It was -7 at one point last year. And defensively, I've somehow made us even stronger defensively, which is concerning. That wasn't really the aim. Right, I'm actually going to need a second whiz quiz, which I don't suppose you'll mind too much because that means you get to do a second whiz quiz. So I'll do that look up when I come back from the whiz quiz. It shows I'm staying hydrated today. To quill or whill? I mean, that is the question. Shakespeare asked it, and I'm going to
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Right then, I've returned. Leaderboard from that one, Inferno got 2, Andrew got 1. All time though, Fuller still leads, but it's getting there. Fuller must have got all of those on one stream. That's impressive. Fair play. I definitely need to fix that though. Right, so we get back off of that and back to me. Also, whose song request was this, or was this a random shuffle thing? Oh wow, this was Smart Shuffle. I was thinking to myself, where do I recognize this song and why? And this song was on like a mixtape CD that a mate of mine made me when I was about 14, I think. Bit of a bop, honestly. Skizoro, thank you very much for the follow as well. I did see that, or hear that rather. Thank you for doing that. Who do you support? Very emo today, yeah. It feels like sometimes this playlist, when I have it on Smart Shuffle, just has different vibes some days. Like, to give you an idea, it's got Jimmy Eat World coming up soon as well, Linkin Park, The Offspring. It's all that kind of era. I'm liking it. Ilano, thank you for the 42, man. How are you? We're back. I should have got myself another drink, but it's alright. I'll live. Nice. That last one, let me check. It was... Oh, I think it's gone past now. I think someone might have actually got it right at the very end, because the next answer says Liam Lawrence. Don't worry, it's not a spoiler for next stream. It resets itself every time I restart the node server. This place kind of cooks, actually. Sometimes I like to mix it up and put the random Vice City playlist on sometimes. So much worse, West Ham. Oh my days. Still makes us look still... it's bad for West Ham, but I think it's just bad for us in general. It also shows, I think, a little bit of Palace's issues too, and with Forest as well, and also Newcastle. And Liverpool to an extent, but I guess a lot of that is things like Isak's injury, right? Gornick Championship losing. Is no one crazy good getting relegated? Oh, God, of course they are. Have this running 24/7. Honestly... If it ran out all day. So, to give you an idea, Gordo, it has a database of 2,900 players currently in it, which is every single... well, not every single one. All but, I think, 30. Because for some reason, certain Wikipedia pages were not behaving with the scraper. Just not even like because of rate limiting stuff. They just would not seemingly fit the format I was trying to do. But it got 99.9% of them. So, there's about 2,500 of them in there. And it's completely randomized because it's just a giant JSON file. Also, Gordo, thank you for the DM on Discord with the ideas to try for the graphics card thing. I haven't obviously had a chance to read them properly, but I will definitely give that a look after stream because I've tried so many different things with it. The weirdest thing about it is Adobe thinks that it's still using the graphics card. So it's hardware encoding with CUDA through my graphics card. But the second you actually start it, you know that it's not using the GPU because for a start it says an hour and a half instead of 10 minutes. But I can see in like the in Task Manager, I can see that it's not using the GPU at all. It's the weirdest thing. It's like the handshake got broken when either an update happened for Adobe or something like that. Basically, Adobe updated their software and I had to roll it back because they broke something. And the second I rolled it back, that seemed to be what caused the handshake or whatever to break. The problem is I then rolled it back forward again and it was still broken, which kind of sucks. But I'll figure it out, hopefully. Anyone fun? This rock guy appears every single time, doesn't he? I thought his name was Andres Lasso then. It's another guy. Oh, that's him. Oh, no, that's a different guy. I was thinking, oh, it's the striker we signed, but it's not, is it? Because he's the other guy that I might have gone for, but obviously he's now at a more established side. Right, I'll select all, scout those guys as well, keep them going in, but we can deal with them properly next time. Whew. Change the club view. I don't know what Saz has touched with that. It's actually, I don't know an actual changelog of the things that Saz has actually changed yet. I imagine he's just sort of working his way through screens and going, it'd be nice to change this little thing, because I think that's how it kind of came about. Yeah, the drivers was another weird one, because I couldn't update them, because then that broke my the monitor. It put it in failsafe mode, which was very strange. And every time I've tried to update my graphics drivers, I've had to like system restore them back. Otherwise, this monitor just stops working, which is really weird. Oh, that lookup too. Let's do that. Some of the things definitely look a little bit different. I imagine it's one of those things that will slowly evolve when Saz wants to do certain things. Right, national team management for the New Zealand team. Develops in Italy, can't keep up with the prems. It says it. I guess so. But I feel like sometimes people overblow the... Wait, why did that just... What did I even click there? Obviously, leagues do have different styles of play, but I think ultimately they are professional athletes. And I know Italy can be a bit of a slow league at times, but still, you'd expect that it's an odd archetype, I guess. Just using one? In what sense? I mean, I haven't tried that. So what would I actually... But then obviously I'd only have one monitor. Which I suppose essentially is what I'd end up with. As in, like, you mean like unplug it and then install the graphics card and then plug it back in again? Sorry, update the drivers and then plug it back in again? Or what? Because I can't use one monitor. It would be impossible for me to actually do my job with one monitor. I really need 3, honestly. But 2 is... There's maybe room for a third one on there. Was multiple monitors. Well, yeah, I'm going to have 2 monitors, but I can't
porn star
do
the
the
way
updates.
I've come back
Interesting.
with a bang. How have you been?
Okay.
Up the Wisła now. Up the PSG tonight. Up
So just
the
unplug the
Chelsea
monitor and
ways.
then update the graphics card. That's okay. I like that shout. Can't hurt, right? And if it does, I'll just system restore again anyway. U-shaped sofa. Thank you for the 46 months. How are you, man? How do I? That was the wrong screen. I wanted to do managerial history, didn't I? Can you even see that? Forgive me, chat. Is there a managerial history page for national teams? Is it in staff? Or do I just have to look at... there's nation history. There is. Yes, there is. It's kind of hidden. Hello, EK. Give it a nation to go. Ooh, Auckland did know. Wales is going to be tough. We've actually had some people with Wales building a nation saves. The biggest issue we're going to have in Wales is all of the semi-pro sides. Now, obviously, the biggest issue is going to be because when you do eventually turn pro, it's kind of more difficult to loan players to semi-pro teams. People have that issue in Ireland as well. And it's kind of a lot more difficult to get AI teams to turn pro. And that's where you might find some issues with it. So it will be very tough. Wales is not an easy building a nation. It's quite a tough for your first one as well, especially. Wait, what did he win with them? 2 FC championships, I'm guessing. Yeah, Galtier is in there. Was there for 4.5, well, nearly 5 years. And actually won 2 cups, which... wonderfully, the game doesn't tell us what they are, for some reason. Even though it does for Scott Hales. I'm assuming it was probably just OFC championships or something, but still, he was there. Hello, Wills. Bit of that, bit of Tirana, bit... Hey, speaking of Albania. I thought that was Dele Alli, but of course he retired, didn't he? No! Oh, no, that's really bad. Molski's out for 4 months. What is it with our youth players and getting absolutely decimated by injuries? That sucks, man. Well, that's Molski gone until, what? Basically about the same time that old Steinberger was out. They may have a retractable pitch. That's what's done it. It's the culprit that we all knew about, or rather didn't know about. What is the next game? So it's Brookbet, then Arsenal, so we rotate for that. Don't floss, it could be. But what about the 10th dentist tsunami? They say 9 out of 10 dentists agree. I want to talk to the other fella or lady. Like, I want to know what they're doing. Just flossing with, I don't know, rope or something. It's crazy how early some of these teams actually go into the cup. I forget because we're always being so good, but Cracovia already in at the first round. We don't go into the third round, I don't think. We must wrap Jersey in bubble wrap. Maybe it's like a rite of passage here to get that season-ending injury at some point. If Jersey can dodge those, I'll be very pleased. The strongest... Actually, I haven't done any team report lookups today. Really need to make sure I stay on top of that. Although it looks like the game has not blessed us with much in that particular realm either. Looks like I've not missed much. It's tough though, because I want to make sure I stay on top of it every 30 days, just in case. How are you not playing Johnny 10? In what world is he not good enough to play for Pogon? Why did you loan him then? I was so happy when he got a loan. Oh, he's an amateur dentist, baby. You know, he's just doing it on the side. Little side hustle. AI teams to go pro. I don't know about it being impossible for AI teams to go pro. Usually what happens is they're less likely to do it themselves and usually need some kind of nudging. So one of the things that we got around that with in Malta was that we made it in the pregame editor so that in order to play in the top flight of Malta, Hadrian will have to correct me on this, you had to be pro, which forced them to turn pro when they got promoted. They then had a 3-year leeway period upon being relegated when they could decide to go back to semi-pro again. But a lot of that stuff isn't hard-coded in the game for certain leagues, which means that it may well be absent. In fact, it's very likely absent from Wales. It's the same thing that forces clubs to go professional if they aren't already when they enter the Football League, although nowadays that's pretty much a non-issue. But Wales building a nation saves will be very, very difficult. Just ask Alice. Has 2 spaces between Hernando and Ponza. Yeah, I feel like that's a correct level of jank. That was as a result of a comment on one of the recap videos. Right. Let's see. So this is full rotation. Because we got Arsenal. So I will just... Oh, I nearly rotated the squad without next match. The next match function is actually kind of goated. To give it its credit. Obra... Lucinio, I guess. Kadrich Hernandez, Quasiopod, Coffee. Do I give Mr. Morrison, Mr. Big Shot, Scottish International another go? I think I might. There's no one else around here that probably could do with a start in this kind of game. Certainly not those guys. That's all really good players. Anyone fun on the bench that could maybe come in instead? Kowalski, I'd rather have him start the next game in the league. Tizone, maybe? I'll leave it at that. Oh, maybe... Actually, no, Damašević instead of Alvarez. Alvarez might kick off if I keep not starting him, but I'll give him a go to play here for a little bit. Right. I nearly went into the match again. This time I will not be making that mistake. In we go. There we go. Alice. Just the person I was looking for. Do not attempt unless you enjoy pace. So if you're a masochist, like Alice, then go for it. But yes, what would you say was the biggest issue that you had with that save, Alice? Because if I remember correctly, it was to do with the professional statuses of the other clubs, right? We get into the fantasy thing, get our points back for that too. We seem to be... That's still no goals conceded. Oh, sorry. We had the one there. So the one goal we did concede over the course of the entire stream was literally one of those one shot on top. They had 12 shots, 1 on target, and it was the goal. It was the goal. So who got the goals? Hernandez, Coffee, and... Wow, lots of defensive goals today. Yeah, all 3 goals in this game were scored by the defenseman. Did Marion have to do anything? Yeah, we're giving up more shots a bit more now, and it seems to be weirdly functioning in our favour for some reason. And Jersey will also get an extra cheeky point for an assist. Actually, he's got some even more points for the Jersey boy. Don't mind a bit of that. No, don't confuse it with French bread. That's a different kind of pain entirely. It's the best kind. Oh, I could write a love note to bread, mate. It's just the best. Oh, shit, wrong button. Grab a bit of that, grab a bit of that. I need to start closing some tabs. That would help. Achieve group stage in Europe. And I imagine that it was more difficult to get loans out to them as well. Just because I found that semi-pro teams just seem to be so reticent to take them in the first place. Spacebar is definitely faster. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks that. It does seem like there's way more snappiness to it for sure. Manual scoring. Let me find Mr... Who was it? It was Kowalski, right? Who got an assist. And a ratings bump, which I don't know if that worked at all on him. Doesn't seem to, which is so strange. I have to every time I have to enter it manually. And then it will put it to 17, right? Yep. So weird. It's like it doubles up every single time. We will Wait, did I actually put that through? Oh, no, I didn't. Apply points. There we go. Yeah, sick. That'll do it properly. There we go. Oh, Debbie Bird has actually got quite a runaway. Oh, Adam's still up there, though. Could be over, friends. Varsity Spirit Eastern European bread. I don't know, actually. We went for breakfast, and the bread that I had there was quite literally like a floorboard. No, not him as well. He's probably one of the best loanees we've actually got. Wait, unregistered. Presumably that's for us. Some major injuries coming down the pipeline this time around. I really don't like that. I've never baked bread, but I think I'd like to. I've done other kinds of baking, but usually for sweet treats and whatnot. Like, you know, your muffins and your banana. I baked banana bread once for Pog. It exploded in the oven. I may have overestimated how much banana and whatnot. Cheese and bacon bun. Honestly, if I'm at a bakery and they've got a sausage roll, I'm after a bit of that. But if we're talking sweet treats, I don't mind a bit of a donut. On account of being a fucking donut most of the time. That's usually my go-to, would be a donut and a sausage roll if I'm in a bakery. I did, James. It wasn't a good look. Plus, bananas are surprisingly difficult to... my bananas were not especially... Because I know with banana bread, you're supposed to let them kind of go overripe, and then they're much more mushy. Like sourdough. I used to like sourdough, but now I often find that it's just too dense most of the time. And I actively kind of go against it a little bit. It just feels to me like... In small amounts, I'm okay with sourdough, but it just feels like it's like you're eating one of those things where that you just add water and then they blow up. That for me is what sourdough feels like in my stomach at times. Banana was too hard. It actually was, James, yes. Even Gibraltar. Gibraltar will be incredibly difficult as well because you'll have a really small league, and that means you're massively limited to the number of teams you can loan players to. And in addition, with a league like that, it will be so difficult, so easy rather, to get out ahead of them too much to the point where they won't even take loans from you at all. The more teams you've got in the leagues available to you around your team matters a shitload. That was one of the things I was noticing a lot when I was looking at everyone else's ban saves, was that. After my break closes. Because I'm a mean, mean man, and I hate you all, as you know. Yeah, I'm just spamming spacebar. Maybe that's why we've got to the Arsenal game quicker today. Because I feel like I was yapping for like the first hour of stream without we didn't even play a game because we were doing deadline day. And yet... I usually struggle to get to this point in the Champions League first stage streams, but it just seems like it's moving way more snappy. I'm not having to like babysit it as much when I'm going through the inbox items. It's able to just like that. I feel more like 24 in that sense. I agree, Tsunami. The thing about Greg's sausage rolls, and this has always been my standpoint on them, the thing that makes them good is the price. They are very affordable. But in terms of pure sausage roll, if we're judging it on its that, they're okay. Maybe just slightly above okay. But their affordableness means that they sort of gain a lot of extra points because they are extremely affordable. So I still rate them. But if I was going for like gourmet, I'm not going to go to Greg's. But it's great for when you just want a little snack, you know? Or two. For the pulse try. Oh, did we? The guy that we have already agreed to sign. Let me just check on future transfers. It'd just be easier to go back to that, honestly. Yeah, my old bakery back in Essex where I used to live, they did some banging sausage rolls. Just a little bit spicier. Just need a little bit in there, you know? Yeah, the local bakery ones are always generally going to be better. Slagging off Greg's again. But the thing is, I'm not slagging off Greg's. I'm simply saying that they are good because they are incredibly affordable. I just don't think they're going to be, you know, they're not going to win any contest, and that's okay. They don't need to. They serve a very important part of the market, and I like them because... You know, I still pick them up. Where is bro? There he is. Yeah. Oh my god, look at that. He's got the extra little star. This guy could be him. Oh, that's amazing. I'm trying to think what to do with him when he joins us, because obviously this stuff will need to be worked on, but he's young enough. Yes. Passing of 10 already. 12 vision. Oh, he's so good. Big fan of that. I don't know what's happened with that, Chris. Our Champions League fixtures, if you missed it at the start of stream, they're very strange this year. So obviously, we had Liverpool, Newcastle, Arsenal. Then it's Basel, Copenhagen, Porto, Roma and Marseille in there. Like, our weakest teams, so to speak, are Copenhagen and not Marseille, sorry. Roma, apparently, are pot 4. Mac and cheese are baked good. It's consistent. I remember one time I was at dinner. This is when I did the rugby half marathon with Foxy. Who remembers Fox in the Box FM? And his friend Amy used to work for like food safety stuff. And what she was always saying is that the thing about McDonald's is that it's generally incredibly consistent for the most part. And if you're ever trapped or you're in some place that you don't know about and you just need to get some kind of food, it's likely going to be okay, generally speaking. And it's like the safest bet imaginable in those sort of things, right? Youth and Take Striker. That's true. Watch us also get a goated Youth and Take Striker this season too, and I feel really bad about it. Right. Is that lineup absolutely... I think it doesn't really change much, does it? Oh, hang on. No, Molsky won't be on the bench anymore, will he? Because he's injured. In fact, I will all match him out, unfortunately. You've been a great servant, my friend, but we will see you after Christmas. Just heal up, bud. In that case, I might bring Augusto back onto the bench. There's also Nishan Mohammed here, too. So with Lee, far be it from me to speak on Lee's behalf, because I haven't spoke to Foxy in a very long time. I believe that I possibly fell out of love with doing the content stuff. I think the mistake that he made, possibly, was taking the move to Facebook. Because there was a period where Facebook were offering quite big, relatively speaking, contracts to streamers to move over to Facebook because they were trying to attract that kind of the market. And some people did, I think. And I believe Foxy was one of them. But it's so incredibly difficult to get people to move to a different platform with you if you don't already have an established audience there, which, let's be honest, with Facebook, not many people did. And I think that might have been part of the reason, because even then when the contract finishes and stuff, it's tough to rebuild such things because people move on, right? So I'm not saying that was what happened, of course, but it's probably didn't help, I suspect. That, like, the life of a content creator is incredibly fluctuatory, right? I'm only really just able to do this as a full-time job, and if you look at the level I'm at in terms of where I sit in the hierarchy in terms of FM, right, I'm not pretty much the lowest rung of is a professional content creator level, really. Pretty much every other professional content creator you could think of in the FM space is probably more stable than me financially. Maybe not, actually, because they may have other costs that I don't, you know? Like with Mixer, yeah. I saw a really interesting interview with Ninja actually talking about Mixer the other day, talking about how I didn't even realize this, that you needed to have a Microsoft email to actually have an account. I had no idea about that. That was wild. Facebook streaming stuff. No, that's the thing. It's tough. Like, it's like when YouTube started handing out big contracts too. At least YouTube have managed to build a reasonable streaming platform, but it does still lack something. Like Twitch culture, TM? I don't know. It's really hard to even put a finger on it, right? Oh, just to clarify, I wasn't saying like you should travel on McDonald's. What she was saying basically is if you ever are stuck for food and you desperately need something that you know isn't going to make you ill, you're likely going to be okay there. Way back. I mean, I was approached by an agency about this exact same thing, because again, they approached pretty much all of us, I would suspect. And I know some people were offered a lot, like 6 figures type beat. I wasn't. I think they offered 30. I believe that. I don't think I actually got a concrete number from them, but I think it was around about 30 was what they were trying to draw you over with, essentially. Right. Oh, that's a cool kit. I do like that Arsenal kit, to be fair. Have we got any other Polish guys playing on the same day? It's got to 30C again. I don't think it's even 30 outside. I was lied to. It's 28 outside. It's actually got much hotter than I expected. This, oh, that's a great pass. Go on, Mompa. Oh, dear. It's that inconsistency, man. Advertising on streams. Yes. At some point I will get into the multi-streaming thing. I need to figure out the entire way of doing that, making sure I've got the combined chats properly. I don't really want the VODs to be saved to the main channel if I do it like that, because I still like putting the VODs in a separate one, right? That's the other thing. We have so far only played English teams in Europe, yeah. But on the plus side, our record so far in terms of goals scored and against is scored 1, conceded none. Never mind. Scored 2, conceded none. Love that. There are just things that make it better. But yeah, I think it was around about 30 was what they were probably going to bring towards. But I didn't feel like that was worth it to me at the time. Not because I was making more than that, but simply because I felt long term, it's quick money that isn't sustainable long term, which is why I would have turned it down. I would have turned it down, honestly, even if they'd offered me 50, 60, because it's a career, not just a simple thing that I wanted to do for a year, because I think that's how much those contracts were. Or maybe 2 years, actually. visual sites. True. That, and sometimes temperatures come from like urban heat islands, like airports as well. But the temperature you're seeing there is literally the temperature of this exact thing here. So even this might be, I have had to calibrate this slightly because I used the meat thermometer to set the calibration for it. Neo Crowy, thank you for the 2 months, friend. How are you? So everyone's like, not reward after black. Yeah, but I suppose once you're at that stage of the World Cup, you're likely to go up against someone good almost every time. That's a nice pass. If he wins the flicker, he kind of did actually. For long form, yeah, it's platforms are so entrenched and have their communities around them. I know, bear in mind, it's not a question of like not knowing how the multi-stream stuff works. It's just finding the time to build it in the way that I want, along with everything else. I take on a lot of different things and end up not finishing stuff because of it. So I'm trying to avoid doing that, I guess. Like I want to allocate the time. Gomez has scored again. Again, meaning our second goal, not his. Ooh, so as far as our meat thermometer goes, right now, give you a little update for the meaty boy. Little hair check. 32 on the bonds. That makes about right. They are quite unreliable, yeah. But we are definitely... What a first 15 minutes, by the way. This is unbelievable quality play. We're taking our chances now. We are... Oh my god, their defenders just absolutely sent them here. We're absolutely destroying Arsenal now. Right now, just drill it across. Oh, okay. That's brave. I'll have another go. Oh, what a save. This is way better. Took a lot of time. Yes. Not as much as you might think, but what it actually does is it slows things down a lot because you will have to engage in a lot of annoying admin unless they've changed that. So that's the reason I tend not to engage with it much as a full-time thing within internationals, within Building a Nation saves. I will do it for like a major tournament maybe for a bit of fun. But doing it long-term is very time-consuming, I find. And it does just tend to slow things down as well. In terms of processing and stuff, right? Please get that out of your feet. Nice. Sarah mods on YouTube. Yeah, I think you... Yeah, that's another good point. Oh, John. It's 3-0. I think that's definitely something I would plan for 27. But ultimately, as well, if there's very little to gain from it and it would just encourage more wempery, I'm not sure I'd even really want that. In a way. I'd rather, I think, stream to less people and have a better, a more tight-knit community where it's more enjoyable for everybody than risk bringing... Yeah. Not that I'm saying the YouTube audience is bad in any way, it's not. But the point is, to put it this way, I get a lot more shit comments on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Like, by a factor of about 50. And that's to say that the YouTube comments are still always pretty much universally lovely a lot of the time. But if I was to say, if you said to me, Matt, you've got a comment of someone being an arsehole, which platform is it on? That's where I would go. That's where I would assume it is. But actually, I would say that it's been a lot better this year in terms of cycle-wise. Oh yeah, those are fine though. Yeah, what I'm saying, Voddies, is you're being a little bit too nice to me. If you could clearly like yell some pejoratives at me, that would be just ace. It's just, yeah, it's just Hayden and Andrew. This might be one of our best Champions League performances in a very... Oh, he's going to score again, isn't he? Oh, come on, Anwar. Ah. Marmadashvili is keeping Arsenal in this game, and they're not even in this game. We've had... This is 35 minutes into the match. We've had 19 shots, 10 on target, and 3.04 XG against Arsenal. That is wild. I think the wempery as well with the Twitch is so much more tongue-in-cheek, and it's easier to build rapport, I think. Thermometer in the room. So I have two thermometers. I have a 3D printed thermometer that my friend made me back during the COVID days. We used to have it on the streams back then. Oh, and I have an actual meat thermometer here, which has not actually measured any meat so far, because we only bought it last week and it's been sat in my office ever since. The fact that we're still underperforming XG is a little bit concerning, but ultimately, I think... Thankfully, we're not underperforming it by stupid amounts. What I really want from this game now, actually, is a clean sheet. I want a third straight clean sheet in Europe. Because ultimately, like, we're going to win this match regardless if we do concede a random shit goal, but I just don't want it to happen this time. I want to prove that we don't concede those stupid goals. One Ring King, thank you for the prime, man. That's very kind of you, sir. I really appreciate that. We're also going to concede the goal I just said we wouldn't in this exact play. Oh, nice. Right apart from hard. I honestly wouldn't even say so, Hayden. Like... particularly as you're not a wimp, you're not at all like that at all. It's like we have a rapport where there it is. If someone was new to chat and immediately came at me with that energy, I would perhaps react slightly differently, because it's sometimes like, oh wow, because you just don't know how to read people at times. Wimp adjacent. What about Rob? I think you're doing Rob Flames / Resilient Winter a massive disservice with that. And Jack. There is Sam. You just can't see it at the moment. Wait till I get some holy out. Inner peace and open my eyes. It's true. Didn't look back at the YouTube fonts. We need a chatter called Jason to be a massive bellend. Are we actually going to give up a second goal in the first half here? Okay, that's good. Right, please don't just like stupid on the transition phase, because now he's got no one to pass to. There we go. Amazing. It's good. It is. It's good banter. It's just kind of, you know, fun little silliness. Isn't the streamer funny? Isn't the streamer an idiot sometimes? Type beat. Why do I keep saying type beat? It's my latest verbal clutch along with ultimately. I also said clutch instead of crutch. Kind of stand up straight. Oh, 100% Alice. I reckon I'm experiencing this enough. And not just myself, actually. Chat can tell too. Within about, sometimes in one message, but at least in 2 messages, you can immediately tell if someone's going to be an issue. And ultimately, it's a Twitch type beat. This has been a sense. What are the other teams doing if they're actually playing on the same day as us? Are any of them ever playing on the same day as us? Yeah, this match momentum graph is great because there is an element of complacency settling in. This is kind of what happened against Arsenal last year, actually. I'm going to yell at them. Nice. I did hate. Well, actually, just the one type, the ADHD type. But that's all I need, man. It gets me going. I am a fan of this taking my pill slightly later on stream days type beat. I'm in such a good mood today. Looks different. I think you're right, actually. It might be because it's shrunk a little bit because of the space that it's in, or it could just be that we're so used to looking at the one in the teeny skin that maybe that looks different as well. So what did they guess? It's back. Oh, hey, look, you got to stop threatening me with a good time, all right? That's unfair for everyone else. Now we get some few whips in here. It's actually great. We have some. Oh no! Come on, no. That must be offside, right? I kept waiting for it to be offside. Somehow it's 3-2. That was a weird goal. Skelly's just... Steinbergen jumps up for some reason there, and I don't quite know why. Considering he's a covering centre-back. He tries to play... that was the offside trap thing that's kind of caught us. Oh my goodness me. Don't throw this one. This happened last season against Arsenal too. We won the game 2-1 in the end. But we flew out the traps against them, and in the second half just did nothing. The waiting list, yeah, that will... It depends, I suppose, on what method you're going with. Was it through... I mean, I don't know what country you're in, to be fair. If it was through the NHS, then obviously it's a very long list, and certain charities as well take a while. Mine was actually not too bad. Referred by the doctor in April. Diagnosed in... Oh, go on, Mompa. Yes! What a play! Diagnosed in October 13th, so that's what, 6 months? And then had my medication by the end of the week. And I've officially now been passed back to my GP. Oh, Mompa's been invisible. Are we just going to finish everything with type beat now? Because I'm a huge fan of that. Love to see it. This is actually an amazing goal. He's got 4 players around him and just thinks, nah, listen, lads, I've got this. And for once, he actually did got this. The narrator said, he definitely does go missing. I think it's possibly because the role he's being asked to play is actually extremely important. And the positions he has to take up in order to fulfill that, he's usually under quite a lot of pressure. But his consistency is 100% a thing. Oh. I'm about to lose the Spain type beat. Yeah. Actually, I don't think he roams as much anymore. I think I turned that off when we did the reset. I say we did the reset like I had any involvement in the reset. When I decided to soft lock us and end up with having to redo an entire stream. That's spilled into me. It's Thursday and I've still not recovered from that. Stanley Power Rater. I wish I could pretend I was doing that on purpose. We'll get Lucci on for a bit. Johnny Boy's just been excellent again. It's just what he does. Naeem's tired. That's okay. We've got coffee. That'll wake him up. I'm kind of tempted to give Hayato another go. I just want to see what he looks like in the match engine a bit more. And Yenzi boy. Why not, eh? Where's Jens? They seem to have bottled the comeback, but there's still 20 minutes left yet. Let's not write them off so quickly. I mean, I hate to be... We're actually overperforming our XG. If we grabbed a 5th goal, I think I'd feel like there is genuinely different things happening to us than would have been before. Particularly if Montparnasse does something banging here. Oh, he should have done... Oh! Mana's just got his 2nd goal of the game. We are 5-2 up now at home against Arsenal. This feels different. These types of matches we weren't having before. This is the exact type of game that last season and in the last 3 years, we would have drawn this game 2-2. We would have got that 2-0 lead, pissed it away, but now it feels like there's another gear in us. I mean, that's awful defending from Arsenal, in fairness. An absolute clusterfuck. I really should have brought on Beat Venetti type beat, shouldn't I? I'm just surprised no one's made that joke yet. I'm actually disappointed in you for that. Double from Mana. Love to see it. This is actually wonderful news. I like the video. It's actually gone very well. We got drawn against 3 straight English sides at the start of the Champions League group, and we're about to take 7 points from them, which is looking a bit more like the us that I want us to be, basically. Didn't score a lot in the first 2 games. In fact, it was 1 goal in the first 2 games, but now we scored 5 against Arsenal. I still don't feel like this game's done yet. I get the feeling we might end up winning this like 6-3 or something dumb. Just get a foot in on it. Okay, I meant a foot, not 2 feet. That was an absolutely hideous tackle. It is 5-3 now. But this is why, if we just score more goals, it doesn't matter if our goalkeeper's an absolute shithouse, and it's 5-3. How have they got another goal? Trigger press less. I don't believe that's in my wheelhouse, I'm afraid. The fans have got value for money. They've seen some of the best of our attacking displays and some of the worst of our defensive displays. Agipong maybe just doesn't consider Arsenal big enough to raise his game. There's always that. In the end, that's an insane result. It's just nice to see us scoring 5 goals in a European game. We just don't do that. I want to, after I do the fantasy thing, I'll just grab that for the time being. Just have a look at these numbers here. So XG-wise, Gomez got a good amount. He took his chances. It's not falling as much. Oh, there's a bit on Anwar, actually, on our fullbacks and stuff. But look at the creativity spread throughout the team. Gomez created 1.2. Oh, that was his XG, not his XA. Even better. He creates loads and he gets loads too. What about passes? Progressive passes? Oh, okay. Very spread. Feels more balanced or something. You see our final prediction. I think I'm going to go with 3-1 PSG. Yes, we did find that goalkeeper, and then I managed to sign a guy on a free transfer from Braga, and we realised he was nearly about as good as Marion, so we decided, given what Marion had been up to last year, and by up to, I mean up to his neck in nonsense, I figured that it couldn't hurt us to try out the other goalkeeper for a little bit, and this season, he's had wibbly days, like today, although I don't really feel like the goals were especially his fault, to be honest. It's not like he's made specific mistakes that led to the goals in the same way that Marion did in the past. Now, admittedly, Marion was also being told to do things that perhaps he shouldn't have been, but Agipong seems to listen a bit more. That's my guy. Man of the match, we will obviously have that. Probably going to be Mana, right? Or is it Gomez? It might be Gomez, actually. Bang. Love to see it. It's a lot more points as well. Marion is still at the club. He's the backup goalkeeper. We've got a... We sold Diakite, so we were able to have Marion as the backup, for the time being at least. If I do get an offer on him, obviously I will be willing to accept it, particularly if I can get my money back. Although, unfortunately, we had a value tank in the summer, which means that someone like Montparnasse went from being worth close to 200 million down to being worth 80 million. And that has certainly encouraged teams to get a bit biddy on us over the course of the window. Club Brugge are the top team in the Champions League. Who could have predicted that? Genuinely. That's crazy. Who have they won against? Leipzig, Levski Sofia are okay. And Milan, 4-0. That's great news. Rashid Radomiak, who've already got the 4 points. Jagiellonia are just going to shit the bed again. They're going to do exactly what they did in the Champions League a few years ago. There's always one club that does that, and they're definitely it this year. was dribbling more. True, but when I told him to stop dribbling more, he didn't. I said freeze, and man kept moving, you know? I can't... Oh, good, I've broken it. I haven't fixed that, at least. Polish teams bidding on amateur guys... Probably, honestly. Like, I tend to sell quite a lot of our loan farm guys to other Polish sides sometimes if I feel like they're actually going to get football at that club. Because I have had a few bids on players where they're trying to... Legia are quite good for this. They try to buy players off me that are playing for a side in the second division, and I look at the quality of the player and I'm just like, he's never going to play for you. So I tend to say no to those types of beats, so to speak. Oh, the young goalie's doing bits. I think he's all right, actually, but he's not quite as good as some of the others have been. Right. Gornik are hosting Chelsea, no chance. Jagiellonian are hosting Man City, no chance. And Radomiak are hosting Liverpool. What is going on? Are we only allowed to play English sides? I'm very excited about that young Polish striker that we signed earlier, though. He actually might be the next little fun piece of that building that up for us, which I'm kind of excited about. I just hope we get a good youth intake this year, too. One more player that's within the same sort of generation-ish would be a nice little thing for us. Do loan farming. I think the loan farm started in Norway, but the reason the loan farm actually started in Norway was accidental, because our plan was bring players in before they hit a certain age barrier, because then they'll count as homegrown for Europe, so before they turn 18. But because we kept signing so many of them, I realised we needed to loan some out, and then it kind of twigged to us of like, oh wait, this is making those teams better. It wasn't really until Treaty United that we started sort of meta-gaming it, so to speak, with that loan farm type beat. Yes, I mean, it's basically just because we wanted to make sure that we had enough players in the squad for European games that would be actually eligible. And then it kind of led, one thing led to another, you know, and before I knew it, the loan farm had a babby. Very the ground type. It could work. Gornik lose 4-0 to Chelsea. Man City beat could look at Spurs, but 7 past Levski, but still concede 3. Please tell me Radomiak at least didn't go absolutely how. Well done, lads. Arda Güler and Miguel score for Liverpool. Sign Arda Güler. But Radomiak take another point. Up to 5 now. They've had some tough-ass games so far. Galatasaray and Liverpool. And who was it they beat? FC Copenhagen. Maybe they haven't had tough games. They've got 5 points, though. So it's 8 points between the other Polish sides thus far. And the others maybe don't talk about. But I think Jagiellonian are absolutely... I mean, they're cooked already. They need to have something on the board. Struggle to type beat. I think we've peaked. That might be the king of the mountain. This is how memes get run into the ground. This is why 6-7's already disappeared, isn't it? Like, it's just a person juggling now. Can I have maybe a look at the other Polish teams in the... Oh, Piasklewice just got absolutely clubbed by Brighton. To the surprise of nobody. But at least it feels like this year we'll hopefully we'll lose like a team in the Champions League like we always do, but last year we lost a team in the Europa League as well. Everything kind of just disappeared really fast. My beat type B. Brighton Hove was not. He's still stuck in Zimbabwe at the moment, waiting for his visa. Oh dear. Legia have drawn their game, I think. Oh, quite like this actually. Just try and load this up. Okay, the game doesn't like me clicking that, so maybe I can't load that up. Oh, no, now I can't. Right. Had to find the exact right part of the screen to click on. So what happened with Piasklewice? Obviously, we know they lost 5-1 at home to Brighton, which sucks. Legia getting a draw against Stade Rennais is actually totally fine. They're chipping away at it right now. They're on for it currently, which is the most important thing. They stay at this sort of level, they'll get through. And if Piast at this sort of level, they'll probably get top half, which is what we want. What about Gornik? Not Gornik, sorry, Cracovia. Ah, you see? I hate to say it, but they're doing a good job. What was this win against? Just easy peasy. Just win out. There's a chance that Cracovia could go very deep in this just because of what they've got there. Oh my god, it's 10 past 3. How's that happened? Crazy, man. Oh, as the temperature rises further. Love to see it. Oh, a dessert recently where you stuff a beetroot into a sheep's stomach. Is that a dessert? Oh, I see. I've been done there. I have. Oh, right. Okay. So I'm going to actually finally go out full screen here so I can use the damn computer. Fantasy winners. Actually, let's show the fantasy winners first. on the day, let me just refresh it, make sure we got it right. DeBigberto with the dub. Second place, though, Adam, Manfred, and Rob in there as well. Inferno's up there. I'm not seeing a Dazza. The lesser spotted Dazza in 18th spot. No points for him. It's a rarity. I think Adam might have just given himself a massive lead, though, going into the final stream of the month. It's going to be a tough one to overcome if he's got, what, 18 points out of that as well? Ooh. Raiding someone. Yes, I will raid as always. I don't think I ever... I honestly don't think I ever don't raid, pretty much. It's, yeah, it's got to be my boy. Particularly Saz will be over there as well. Oh. Let's see. The big table. Oh, I don't know, actually. I'll have a little check. 1 second. It won't take into account today's ones, because obviously I have to take those numbers out and put them into the big spreadsheet, which I apparently don't even have open right now. I've got my health data one up instead. Oh, I'm furiously angry. Angry? I'm not angry at all. I'm vibing. Let me just see. Leaderboard. Probably if I just not Control S, Matt, you melon. You are currently, before today at least, was 20th place. So maybe there's a chance with a good set of points. So I'm going to send you lovely folks over to Kev, because obviously I'm going to. And yeah, we'll be back on Sunday. I'm going to have a sit down now and try and cool the fuck down. If you haven't checked out the recap, maybe do so. Once the skin's sort of in a better spot, when we're moving towards something like that, I might make a video on that as well. Yeah, just stay safe out there, friends. It's a dangerous world. I will try and fix the something type beat. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. Vibes have been immaculate, even more immaculate than normal. And I'll see you guys on Sunday. Hold your gun, capybara, type beat.